in a way that I wouldn't believe when I don't know what's in the budget. So I'm hanging on every single thing she said. And I dipped in and out of it. What were you kind of really and there was suddenly a lot happening. So I was on my phone and I thought what British/X. What the forecasting was for the next 5 years, what everything from employment, taxing, growth, everything. And this is an enormous gift to the opposition. Because this is the speech when you reply to the budget, I think, is the hardest speech in politics because you don't know what's in it. Regularly the house is going white when the travelers make presentations. Everything she says is really loud and try and absorb it. So to have that framing was like a godsend for him. And a big misfortune for Rachel Reeves, again, it's been difficult budget, tons of speculation. You could say that's in self-inflicted too because they pushed it out. Normally they would do it in October. But I mean, that is really bad luck for her, isn't it? Completely beyond her control. And it sort of snookers her attempt to frame it. Do you have sympathy for that, Harriet?
I mean, it's absolutely unprecedented. I mean, having done that budget response as in the position of leader of the opposition on 2 occasions, I mean, what actually happens is as soon as the Chancellor gets up to speed, then the Red Book is given to all the opposition researchers who are sitting about 50 yards down a corridor in the shadow cabinet room, and they start thumbing through all the numbers, looking for all the things about, unemployment and inflation, and they then run down the corridor and pass notes along the front bench. But actually,
you have to just do it on your feet.
Yeah, and then by the time you get up, you've got to stand in the together. But Kelly had the speech. She had 40 minutes, and you could see Mel Stride looking at the Shadow Chancellor, looking at his phone and giving her information and writing down extra notes, and the same with Alex Bogart sitting on the other side of her, so that they were able to prepare their response much better. But I thought actually she stayed very cool and calm about it, and she did her big messages, and people said that this is going to be an absolutely enormous budget
in terms of the headlines. It was a massive tax-raising budget again. £26 billion more in tax rises. There were about 40 billion in the first budget. You remember it was the Chancellor who said at the time that she wasn't coming back for more in terms of tax rises, and she also said that she would not extend threshold freezes. That's when she frees the tax band. So we talked about this. So that as your earnings go up, you get dragged into paying more tax. So a year ago she wouldn't do that. Big reversals on Wednesday. The tax burden in the country now, by the end of this parliament, will be at its highest ever level at 38% of GDP. And she did freeze those thresholds for 3 more years, and that was the biggest tax hike she had. By 2030, 31, so a year after this parliament's over, it will get net 12.7 billion in additional taxes for the Chancellor. And by the end of the parliament, I think it was 800,000 people dragged into tax. So they weren't paying tax, but by the end of the parliament they will be. And another 1 million people will be dragged into the higher and additional tax band. And so for my money, that to me is breaking promises that were made before the election, when the Chancellor and the Prime Minister repeatedly told people they would raise their taxes, and then at the dispatch box a year ago, the Chancellor was very clear that she wouldn't extend the threshold freeze because, to quote her, it hurt working people and took money out of their pay package. So that was quite a big moment for me. And then the other big sort of headline from it, as you will all know, was that they also listed the 2-child benefit cap. It absolutely delighted Labour backbenchers who had been wanting this so deeply. It cost about £3 billion. We also found out that in reversals of the welfare changes that the Chancellor did this year, be that the reversal of the fuel allowance and the decision not to make those disability benefit cuts, that added up to 6.6 billion. So all in, 10 billion of additional welfare spending, and then a big tax rise for working people. quite a difficult budget to sell, I'd say. Although, from their point of view, they also had lots of things for customers, and consumers, and voters. They had a cut to energy bills of about £130 a year, freezing rail fares, a 2-year freeze on fuel. Do you see what else? Freeze on prescriptions. Freeze on prescriptions. Bigger inflation, a bigger than inflation rise in pensions, and also
increase in the minimum wage.
a big increase in the minimum wage. So there were ways that they could try and balance out this ledger, or they at least rhetorically did.
I think one of the unspoken issues with this budget is the fact that business rates will. That was all changed in this budget. The minimum wages will up. And then if you think of last year's budget, I think it's a bit short. So no sense of this business decline. Part of that is also because your high street feels like it's almost 13,500 shops shut down in the UK, and that was up 28% on the year before. I was really worried for our high street, our town centres, etc. And what that does is worries in unemployment almost every month. Not every month, but almost every month. There, the low pay industry, which is independent, looks at all the modelling. If pay goes up this amount, will it keep pace with inflation? Is it going to undermine the demand in the labour market? So this is independently looked at by the local mechanism, and then the government has to decide whether to adopt.
I was talking to Cabinet Minister over the weekend about this, about kind of what did they think, how would the budget land it? They've had some sides of it, they've obviously been in talks, or they knew a bit. And they said to me, there's 4 hindrances in this budget. There's the market, which we need to reassure them about, equity rules and stability. There's voters that will want some action on cost. There's business who will want to feel like they're not being hit. And then there's the Labour Party who want to see the child benefit cap lifted. And I watched this budget. The markets been positive, and what Rachel Reeves had done in raising those taxes, she actually got a massive chunk of them. So by the end of day-to-day spending must be
Alexandra
it's getting in not by more borrowing. And she has where she balances up the books, and it dropped just and she needed to build that buffer up because she wanted to reassure the market. She could, go into her padded cushiony account, get something out of the back of the safe, whatever, and that buffer went up to about 21 billion. Right, so the markets reacted well, tick, and then the party loved it. I messaged an MP this morning. Budget landed well, partly because a lot of us are actually seeing child poverty in person. It's also a strong feeling of why this is a clear difference between Labour and other parties. There's an awareness of challenges ahead, but this feels like why we got elected to support what was getting through. It was community centre.
other one.
How they
So one is really connected. It's okay, I cancel all the one. I cancel all the one. We are willing to 2. I debit them both into 1 and into 2. Okay, together. So how we draw us how I came in office and how we
it will take more money out of their pay slips.
We'll push it in there in 2 days' time.
Maybe now you can
four months.
In the manifesto, we were very clear. It was income tax, national insurance, and VAT. But I'm not going to get into semantics. I do recognise that I've asked people to pay a little bit more. But I've managed to keep that contribution as low as I possibly can by closing the broader shoulders.
Mbombo here and I like him more than
read the manifesto. we're very clear. We say the rate.
Unu just take up one.
But if you are asking, does this have a popular?
Unu zokwe m help me ha.
I said that in the budget last year. I'm not going to say otherwise.
We have had headwinds this year, and we've got up to the ODR, looked at productivity, again, they reviewed the senior productivity, and then based on the failure last year, we are clear, we are asking everybody to do we are asking people to all make but we're really clear what our thoughts
Oh yeah, this man
What's really good about that too is
the woman on the door. Yeah, you don't want to do umbrella. If you're not sure, can I touch your pitch?
That's exactly what we should say to them. And I think Rachel really answered it very, very clearly. She said, well, actually, we haven't broken the manifesto. The manifesto was about rates. And do you remember there was a big compromise for the budget about whether they would increase the rate of income tax or the rate of national insurance. And they backed off that because that would be a breach of the manifesto. But she has had to increase the tax take. And she's done it by freezing.
We're not your match on you.
She's trying to
Anyway, the hours I can't tell.
counterbalance support for people on their income.
That's the mom and just can't sleep. No one was in the other side of me.
The market
When they me also just neglect himself. You see, I had before go again. No, I'm on medicine. I'm on mission. I go to find I bring one roll. But then when you keep connected, the road. So, but I'm not see here. We're all kind of why am I saying? But at last, if you run look here, Madonna, something like that. You know, I will keep coming around. Hold that to come on now. Give me oh yeah, we see oh no yeah. The thing now refer to the papa have because I'm yeah, my kids not there. So on that trouble na ebochi actually me the kama ra but then we need to pitch. So oh governor amamo na si o come on as you have one market go ni bi o na market ni ko no ko me gidere achogide okwu obi de come ni or something like that. So, Cobia away with motor, something like the ways to choose a cinema down like a no way. No way, grandma, I had drag, I don't know way, Naka for Ima, way because I knew where governor is like a total. Well, I see, when you Kabiaka or something like that. I'm not ever the boom, Mamma for the way they share the Ghana. Ghana from that. And yeah, like because we come up with this campus and I all the community like which I don't need to contact.
That's not my responsibility.
I think my co touch of West
The meaning of the very easy.
questions.
This line delay now.
She had delay now. At last, she had delay now. I didn't could tomato no.
The woman is trying to go.
No, well, yeah, I was going to use the same structure that Rachel Reeves has used, which is actually technically it's not a breach. So what I actually did was a broader question about these are things that you promised people again and again and again. And I have spent a bit of time in recent days ahead of this budget, looking back at all the interviews I did with the Prime Minister and the Chancellor before the election, and also in the early years, sort of the early months of their time in office. And they kept
That the woman is dead.
Again and again and again.
The woman is dead.
Dead, that's what
Not live your national insurance. Sometimes they put rates in, other times they didn't.
No.
Is that they can argue on technicality that they haven't reached the manifesto because they didn't lift rates. But the Chancellor herself said in the comments a year ago that she wouldn't accept because it would help workers. And they've just blown those doors open, really. And I think there's a credibility gap. And what I'm interested in journalistically as well as in my job is like, is it recoverable? Is it recoverable with the public?
I think obviously the budget is every year because you've got to consider the circumstances as they are at that particular time. And what she's saying is, we didn't want to go to austerity because we felt that damaged the country, damaged public services. We're not going to take a risk of borrowing because that would put up people's mortgages. Regretfully, we have had to take a bit more tax, and everybody's going to pay that tax on that. They've got to anticipate in circumstances that we are in what is the best, fairest things, what education stability. And more tax. Number one, freedom is a very good thing. Very good. Both for the man side and the woman side are very important. Now, condition that you have, marriage. That's very important. Then secondly, the marriage is also on a neutral ground. It's a different thing. If you only get got marriage or if you got marriage as also, if you reflect, it's a no got marriage. And one that kind of person I don't like it. And I think that
So what I want to say.
and we've got something in the pipeline because we've changed the planning rules so we're going to have more construction, we're going to have more infrastructure, more moving cars and there's things on the way. And in the meantime, we've got further down the more help with the and yes, it means some of the tax rises in this budget are Rachel is not trying to make Rachel is actually U-turning
welfare decisions. Those decisions mean that taxpayers are paying more, and it's so interesting this teacher benefit because I ended up asking the Prime Minister about this, and I put it to him, and he didn't like it, but I said you put the party. But you're now taking a decision that you said before the election you would be able to put your manifesto if you didn't know about the and you're doing that actually to curry favour with your party, you know, to save your own skin. So you actually put in party of your country, party of those worker people that you said that you would like he was fighting the fight about what he believed in. And my point was I'm not making an argument about child protection. What I'm making an argument about is what you told people you would do and the reasons that you said it, and then to change your tune 18 months in when your back is up against the wall and you are fighting for political survival. And I think there was a calculation about the party and people to cast out on the side. And I guess for me, having followed this Labour government so closely, I remember the manifesto about the private sector, about that anymore. And now the kind of focus is the cost of living. And it's like, what it's about, what's the strategy you're going to take the hard decisions, you're going to cut children, you're going to target the welfare, you're not going to lift the child benefit tax yet because the country can't afford it and you're trying to grow the economy and you don't want to tax people too much and you put in the hard yards. And then things get difficult and you reverse all of that. And I guess my question is like, what are you about? What are you trying to do? And for voters that voted for you, this looks a lot of the same. It looks like people making promises and then going back on their promises. The political experience seems to be difficult, no? I would say yes.
No,
I think after the toxic guys having empathy, will renew particularly for jobs.
My people make una come here gist o. Dem don catch one Nigerian minister wey forge both im university certificate and im NYSC certificate to become minister for dis country. As I dey talk now, he don write a resignation letter go drop on top Tinubu table and Tinubu to accept am. My people una carry
Critical
I bet tell una before say if they explain this country give you and you understand. Just no say no be Nigerian try and watch this video yet. Make you understand wetin happen inside this country. This particular man wey dey minister Godfrey Uchechukwulachi, na him be the minister for education, science and technology. And since around August 2020, na him was as the minister of science and technology. Well, I don't know say this guy dey since when he enter office, na some people no dey talk church say this minister no go school.
Waving
but when they talk am, Nigerians see they say they don screen am, say they don see am say the man dey qualified.
Colombia, Tinubu, what of Tinubu? What of Tinubu?
For investigating journalists wey be say they decide to properly investigate if na true say this particular man actually go school. Now the first thing wey they do na to try to get the documentation wey submit to the House of Senate say he actually go school. According to the premium time, showing that they cannot visit
taxes on landlords, etc. And then they were doing that to pay for lifting the two-child benefit tax, showing them that their fees have been campaigning for. So, when she does that combination of things, I think politically it's going to be safe for a while. And if the markets are not completely rejecting this budget, then she will go back into the budget and see what's going to come from it.
Enugu State. And the governor was after I know APC. No, APC, not APC. The governors make sure they are discovered and
for that time, when they finish school, when they did, they know they add alphabet joining and plain numbers. Now all these things come in they can't write a letter to NYSC. All I say this certificate, all I have
University of Nigeria, okay, they come on, university dollars.
This is not our certificate. When you give them the mind, representing the worker, as they see them for they can write a letter under the Freedom of Information Act. They can write a letter on the University of Nigeria, on the University of Nigeria, Suka. They must say if you finish the bachelor's. They can write a letter. When they actually talk.
Savings and welfare, yeah, because they didn't. But no, they didn't. And then they're raising taxes and workers. Yeah. I spoke to the guy up in Rugby, came out today, and he was a teaching assistant at the school, and he
governorship. No, governorship in 2027. Abata APC. Abata APC. No one can
say this particular one major cause in failure
not working.
And he's supposed to come back or receipts. And person when no receipt in particular paper, all of the sudden come graduate, get certificate. And another thing when we say, come start and come back. I said, they come discover for a certificate possible. It finish around July. But the NYC of that same year,
so we're back. And I want to just spend a minute or two on the response because we had lots of messages about that. It's worth saying that usually the opposition don't know what's in the budget. With us, as we were saying earlier, Penny Baylock had an mighty advantage because for the first time perhaps ever, she was an opposition leader who had sight of the budget and could actually do it not on her feet but had a bit of time to prepare, and she seemed to be quite prepared. We can't have you sat in on all of those. What was it like and what did you make of it?
And actively now, one of the first ministers will resign with
budget queen.
all those when they say we screen this person,
I could see the banner again at the bottom of the body. It's your left hand should have been a
this person. Well, I check.
was shaking a little bit.
The documentation when they saw it, I will ask whether it gets political backing or it don't get political backing.
On a president to do it now, which kind of thing?
So we have to say this service. On
a president to do the same thing. We are not do anything. Stupid people. Because now Chukuna Igbo man. Because now Igbo man, then I see what they do things.
TDSS. Well, the lawyer said best you don't converse for it that all of them but we just start. See their role, they have faith. Imagine a minister that forged his results to become minister. Now that for science and technology and information, where
this man is going to stupid
and
man.
I wonder how much there's
If you are me, organization somebody will do certificate. Other for what is the number? Here, know the rubbish.
Pummeling
Oh, yeah.
wasn't it, of the chancellor.
It was, and it wasn't. Like I say, she did have to
Maybe
go.
the-
Yeah, it was
Usually, there's a bit of right stuff,
relentless.
and
It was
you know,
relentless,
and there's
wasn't it?
something not a warmth to it, but I look
Okay.
back to Ed Balls and George Osborne. They were quite wry. Something to the tune so that this was crunchy.
Well, let's play a tiny bit of it.
All we've had is wallowing in self-pity and whining about misogyny and mansplaining. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me explain to the Chancellor.
This girl has survived. Oh,
People out
why they tell me bad enough?
female.
Mgbe mere ka ka chụọ
I told that to for him.
nakwa dọga
Real
Yeah.
equality
ọnụ ya dị sharp nso
means being held to the same standards as everyone else. It means being judged on results.
sharp mouth.
Harry, I want to get your take of this, but before we do, Ruth, have you got what Mick said? Sorry.
Yeah, Mick says, I was horrified by the tone of the North's response to Chancellor. After a reasonably strong start, it descended into a stream of relentless, childish personal attacks. Does Badenov think the country was including what was the PM? I wish our politicians focus more on ideas and less on personal treatment.
I mean, Harry, you've done, as we just said, 42 budgets. You've seen a few of these interactions. What did you think of Badenov?
I was really taken aback because there was something mean and nasty and spiteful in her tone. She made herself look like a really nasty piece of work. And what I regard as unforgivable and absolute cardinal sin is that Rachel Reeves has made an argument about her budget on economics and politics. But she's also been asked, as the first woman chancellor, have you suffered misogyny? And she has said, yes, and I get pissed off when I get mansplaining to me and people who criticise me for being a woman in this job. So she's not trying to close down the argument on the budget, she's just answering the question. So Penny Badenoch picks that up, and this is Rachel as a woman saying, yes, I have been subjected to mansplaining. Which woman in a senior position hasn't been? Obviously, that's the truthful answer. And what Penny Badenoch does is use that misogynist argument against her. And I don't think as a woman you should ever side with men against a woman who is trying to say that there is misogyny out there. She could have actually surprised everybody by saying, yeah, we've all, senior women have all suffered misogyny and we've all suffered mansplaining, and I'm at one with the Chancellor on that. But I happen to think that on the economics and the politics, she's got it completely wrong. So she could have done that, but I thought that she really made herself, I think, look like a really unpleasant person. So I don't think on the clips on the television, I don't think when most people really consume the political packages of journalism and I'm not sure she did make you think because some of the things that she said were very harsh, big one.
You watched the whole thing.
Yeah, you could see the sneering and the jeering. But for somebody who in terms of the argument which she was trying to make, and the way she framed it, which was, every time you get criticism, if people say it's because I'm a woman, that's not okay because that does nothing for women. Because all women get judged on their abilities. And yes, we get misogyny, and believe me, I've had, as well as the misogyny part of it, I also have the homophobia to deal with. I have done in the past. But be better. Stop like the complaint. Never said you are disagreeing with the budget because I'm a woman. Anybody who disagrees with the budget is being sexist. Rachel has never said that. And then the See, that's whether the criticism of the project.
Okay, question for you though. Rachel from accounts.
Yes, I mean that was the same three. I think part of it was because there's also an issue behind it, which is about the income. So I think part of it is to up the later. And there have been issues with that. So I think that idea is a bit of
The point I'm trying to make with that is that she is a trained economist, isn't she? She did work at the Bank of England, and I have had it in conversations around Westminster. There's kind of a lot of, oh, well, it's just Rachel from accounts. So I do think that is quite sexist. Well, look, that is it for today. It was a bumper budget edition because there's so much to say, but in any other week we'd have absolutely talked about plans to remove juries from some trials. I know how you've got loads to say on that, and I think we should do a proper deep dive on that another time.
Yeah, and if you've got any other ideas for this night you want us to look at, do send them to us, and you send all your other messages as well. The number to WhatsApp is 07934 254. You can always email function.
We will be back next week. I reckon we might be doing a little bit more budgeting.
We might.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Financial advice from St James's Place sponsors electoral dysfunction.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business with AI agents that work for people. Like secret agents? No, more like autonomous minions that you control. Do what? Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
My agents. Wait, you all have agents?
Oh yeah, and on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Did I have agents?
Maybe. Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now with stories trending around the world is Oji, Pig, on this beautiful Monday morning.
Good morning, Dr. Makayu. This morning looking down and goodness. Good morning, how are you this morning? Thank you. You look stunning. My lady in pink. This is not fuchsia. No, right? No. That's Dr. Maka's favorite color. All right. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending with some good news from Kwara State, where 38 worshippers in Eruku town, Eguti local government area of the state, who were recently abducted, have regained their freedom. Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak announced their release on Sunday, crediting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's hands-on approach for securing their freedom. The governor thanked the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Department of State Services, the Nigerian Army, Nigeria Intelligence Agency, and the Nigeria Police, which deployed 4 new tactical teams to Kwara State on presidential directive to secure their release. Well, here is the moment the victims regain their freedom. Such good news. This is the kind of swift action Nigerians want to see from their leaders. Well, President Tinubu, in a post on X on Sunday, reiterated his commitment to securing the nation and also revealed that 51 out of the missing students of a Catholic school in Niger State have been recovered. His post reads, "My fellow Nigerians, you will recall that I cancelled my trip to the G20 summit in South Africa to enable me coordinate the security efforts at home, thanks to the efforts of our security forces. Over the last 2 days, all the 38 worshippers abducted in Eruku, Kwara State, have been rescued. I am equally happy that 51 out of the missing students of the Catholic school in Niger State have been recovered. I am closely monitoring the security situation nationwide and receiving continuous updates from the front line. Let me be clear, I will not relent. Every Nigerian in every state has the right to safety, and under my watch, we will secure this nation and protect our people. Our reactions have trailed, and I'll take one from our favorite doctor who wrote 51 students recovered, 38 worshippers rescued, yet no arrest. Not one terrorist arrested, not one terrorist killed, not one terrorist prosecuted, just a declaration of magical rescue and recovery of kidnapped humans from the hands of terrorists. That's all you need to know, that this government just pays money to terrorists to reduce international shame and disgrace. A truly serious government will be making arrests, parading criminals, charging terrorists to court, and showing it is serious in the fight against insecurity. I believe I heard you also mention this during the headline where you're asking, what happened? How come we're seeing these people being released? No arrest. That's what we've always been asking for. Meanwhile, a video making the rounds on social media showed the moment terrorists who allegedly orchestrated the kidnap of students dead security forces to rescue the victims from their den. In the video, one of the terrorists could be heard saying, I greet you all, my fellow Muslims. I heard you're protesting. What is the protest for? Is it because of the students that were kidnapped? Since you know where they are, you can come get them. This is the level of brazen confidence that these criminals, show every time we see these sort of videos on TikTok, on social media. It shows that they have absolutely no fear of consequences and are openly mocking both the authorities and concerned citizens. Meanwhile, the Christian Association of Nigeria in Niger State confirmed that 50 pupils abducted from St. Mary's Private Catholic Primary and Secondary School escaped from captivity and returned home themselves. CAN stated that the school has 430 pupils, with 141 pupils not taken during the attack. However, 236 pupils, 3 staff children, 14 secondary school students, and 12 members of staff remain in captivity, bringing the total number still held by the abductors to 253 people. 253 people still in captivity at this moment. First of all, kudos to the rescue efforts. Our Kwara people are home. I mean, you saw that video with the elderly woman who Dr. Abati during, when we first played that video, you said, look at me, you were shocked. A lot of people were shocked to see that even the elderly get kidnapped in our country.
Wow. So all of it is just the brazenness and the audacity of the criminals in such a way that we now have to spend time almost appealing to bandits to release the people that held in captivity without a show of force from the government. So on one hand, I'm glad you started off with the good news of the fact that, okay, this is what they have done. Since we've spoken, the 38 all parishioners in Ekuru have been released. We see the rejoicing right there. But when we talk about the 51 students, the language is different. In some instances, they said that they were rescued. Others say that they escaped. Some people say that, like what the CAN has come out to say that they came out by themselves. They escaped. The 51 students came out by themselves. So we cannot attribute that to efforts by security agencies because we still have 253 people still in captivity. The number of issues around this, and that's why I asked earlier on that around safety. If we don't have arrest or we see a show of force whereby these bandits and criminals are apprehended and they face the full of the wrath of the law, it will just be a case of when next and when next. Correct. It means that we haven't yet dealt with the problems, we're just dealing with surface issues. And then we're releasing headlines that would make people happy. But the real issue around the people behind it, whether those who are the ones abducting or the people financing the bandits, they have not seen
any action done to them until we have that energy. We cannot celebrate completely beyond the release of these 253 people until we have the fact that these criminal bandits or whatever the chain of command is arrested. Unfortunately, we're not yet anywhere close to finding peace when it comes to insecurity issues in Nigeria. And that's the call for the president this morning. We had Dr. Fadumi earlier on dimension the extent of the problems, and even talking about how unfortunately the response is not anywhere near enough. The cosmetic response, as it describes it, is not what Nigerians are looking for. We want solutions. We don't want to be thinking of the next place where they're going to attack or have parents withdrawing their children from school. If that happens, it means they have won. It means insecurity has won. It means terrorism has won. It means banditry has won. And this government has not been able to secure the lives and properties of Nigeria. To end this, I'll just say, bring back home all 253. But beyond that, can we have arrests? Can we have convictions? Can we have people identify those who are behind these atrocities? That's what we want.
Perfect. Well said. 253 in Niger State, and 24 our girls are still in captivity from Kebbi State. We still have our girls in captivity. Well, the United States President, Donald Trump's Fox Radio interview, in which he called Nigeria and the federal government a disgrace, while speaking on attacks targeting Christians in the country, sparked a wave of reactions on social media over the weekend. Trump spoke during Brian Kilmeade's show, threatening to withdraw aid from Nigeria, accusing the federal government authorities of being ineffective in protecting Christians. Let's take a listen.
It was a disgrace. The whole thing was a disgrace. They're killing people by the thousands. It's a genocide. I'm really angry about it. We've been a lot of substance to Nigeria. We're not stopping. The government's done nothing. They're very ineffective. But killing Christians everywhere. And when I got involved with it 2 weeks ago, we talked about it.
Well, Trump's comments generated diverse views. While some Nigerians on social media agree that the government has been ineffective in stopping the killings and kidnappings, others viewed his comments as a disrespectful attack on our sovereignty. And I'll take some reactions. Eric Okafor wrote on X, Nigeria is not a disgrace, and no president should ever say that about another country. If Trump has a problem with foreign leaders, he should address them and not the whole country. Jude wrote on X, Trump's remarks, however inflammatory, expose a painful contradiction Nigeria has lived with for far too long. A nation that calls itself a giant, yet repeatedly fails to protect its most vulnerable citizens. But his comments also demand scrutiny. When an American president labels another sovereign nation a disgrace, it reflects not only Nigeria's security failures, but also the geopolitical arrogance that often accompanies Western interventionist rhetoric. His threat of military action reveals a disturbing truth. When a state cannot guarantee the safety of its own people, it inadvertently invites external actors to question and potentially undermine its sovereignty. True disgrace does not come from Trump's words. It comes from a government that has normalized suffering, politicized greed, and allowed insecurity to become the country's most predictable feature. Nigeria must make a choice: reclaim its dignity through decisive, humane governance, or continue outsourcing its moral accountability to foreign leaders who will not hesitate to weaponize its weakness. Meanwhile, Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka over the weekend issued sharp criticism aimed at President Trump over his mission to intervene and wipe out Islamic terrorists in Nigeria, calling Trump a madman. Soyinka made the comments while speaking with journalists after a meeting with Governor Hyacinth Aliya in Benue State. Let's take a look.
It will be foolish of us to reject aid in resolving any problem, whether economic, cultural, religious. It is stupid. If there's a possibility of allying with one another, we should take it. But because I'm ill, or I have some difficulties, I will not accept aid from a madman. That's all I'm doing. And my definition of a madman, or woman for that matter, is one who when he or she says, I'm helping you, it's actually complicating your problems for you on so many levels. Yeah, we know why he's talking. It's because why he's talking about Trump, because he doesn't want to criticize. I mean, how do you deal with Nigerians like that? So the problem is on so many levels, including especially the level of the citizens of this nation.
Oshoyinka's comments come just a month after the United States revoked his visa and banned him from the country. The Nobel laureate has been a longtime critic of the Trump administration and has frequently criticized its policies on immigration and foreign intervention. Meanwhile, former presidential candidate Peter Obi is suggested that he would have welcomed help from President Donald Trump to eliminate terrorists in Nigeria. Peter Obi made the comments while speaking at the 2025 Leadership Forum Conference at the University of Nigeria's Enugu campus over the weekend. Obi stated that it is not right to start debating when someone has offered you something that you have been looking for, adding that as president, a country's #1 priority should be security. Let's take a look before we come back for a discussion.
Something excellent something you've been looking for. Did you start debating? What is it like? Oh yes. Me and my wife are living, we are hungry. Someone discovered, this idea in family can no longer eat. They are saying no, we are resulted. It's not true. And we ate in the morning, but what about to do? Collect the food first. What I'll do, I would have done. Even today, the climate president, I can tell you, number one priority is security.
Every journey to switch internet provider. It was quick and easy.
So you're telling me I can straighten my teeth in as little as 4 to 6 months from just £38 a month?
Yep.
And I get free teeth whitening? Yep. And 2 free sets of retainers? Yep, that's true. And if I wear my retainers, my teeth won't move back? Yep. So what's the catch? Girl, there isn't one. I buy a line of treatment for 4 months, do the whitening for 2 weeks, and wear my retainer most nights, and I'm getting so many compliments. I've literally never felt so confident. I just wish I'd done it sooner, you know? I'd recommend it to everyone. It is that good. Okay, so how do I get started? Okay, so just book a free online consultation. It is a 35-minute video call. You'll talk to a specialist, and then that is it.
All right, Dr. Bati, we're seeing diverse views on Trump's intervention. That first soundbite I played from the Fox Radio of Trump calling Nigeria a disgrace was the #1 trend on social media over the weekend. And then we also heard from Professor Wole Soyinka, outrightly rejecting the idea of, military intervention in Nigeria, where we see Peter Obi here saying, if someone offers you help, collect it. Do not debate. Your thoughts?
Okay, there have been many views.
Yes.
Based on perception, based on affiliations, based on fears and anxieties and all of that. But President Trump, referring to Nigeria as a disgrace, that the country is a disgrace. Wasn't that what he said originally?
Yes.
When he first said Nigeria will be returned to the list of countries of particular concern.
Yeah.
Nigeria was so designated when he was president in his first term. And then when President Biden came there, President Biden removed Nigeria, from that designation. Now it's a redesignation. And on that occasion, he had made a point that Nigeria is a disgraced country. Mm-hmm. Well, the Nigerian government does not think that we are a disgraced country. He has repeated the same leader, in the interview that you referred to,
that this country is in disgrace. Then we have had the, congressional hearing of the African Committee of the U.S. Congress. Well, even if he says he's coming to Nigeria with guns at place, he will need the endorsement of Congress, the approval of Congress. And that's why he has to go through Congress, because he cannot deploy American troops without Congress endorsement. Otherwise, that would be an authorized act of aggression by the American government against Nigeria. Now, as for the suggestion by Mr. Peter, it is on record that the Nigerian government has said we are ready to cooperate with anybody who is suffering help, whether it's the United States or it's any other country. That was one of the first points that the Tinubu administration made. And then following up by sending a delegation to the United States, a delegation that have queried its composition. It's only one Christian on that list, and it is led by an advisor, not by a minister. The ministers were just following. Some of the service chiefs that were there, they probably have no business with, but the emphasis was on security and defense, rather than also looking at the diplomatic side of it. Even the NIA was not part of that team. So, well, they've gone there. Eventually, when we raise the alarm here, that even our national security advisor cannot be talking to a first-time congressman, they found a way around it, and national security advisor Ribadu met with Pete Hexen, because in diplomacy, equals talk to equals, which was why Ramaphosa says he's not going to hand over to a junior U.S. official at the end of the G20, and it's not the United States. Within protocol, reasons, President Ramaphosa acted well. So when Mr. Peter this is cooperation, pause and reflect and all that, well, the Nigerian government is already going that line. Now, President, Professor Wole Soyinka has been very consistent in criticizing Donald Trump. He says he's even going to write Idi Amin part 2, Trump, Idi Amin in America kind of play. And when Trump was there for his first time, he voluntarily, relinquished his green card because, it will appear that Professor Soyinka had seen what will happen under the Trump dispensation. And this time around, he has also not stopped criticizing either the visa policy or the plan to come and attack Nigeria. When he says he will not take help from a madman, there is a popular saying that even when your enemy offers you food, you don't take it. But that's his own perspective. And there are some Nigerians who are saying, oh, Trump should come. He should come and shoot everybody that is available. But the narrative has many dimensions. Even in the US, Sarah Jacobs and some of the other Congress people who took part in the debate, some of them are saying Trump is reckless, and they are Americans. Some of them are saying he has no power to go and attack anybody in Nigeria. The residual point is the point made earlier about safety of everybody, and Nigeria has the responsibility. President Tinubu may be saying, well, we have rescued some people. No, it should not be on an episodic ad hoc basis. Because that's what Nigerian government
we want to see
the government is under pressure. They say we have rescued 50 people. We have rescued 38 people in Irupu, Kwara State. Nobody should be abducted. All of us should be safe. If all of us are safe, you will not even have to be thinking of drawing policemen from VIPs, because nobody will need VIP protection. Everybody will be safe.
This is it. I mean, I think one of the things that Peter Obi said in that video was the fact that, the federal government, instead of debating whether there is a Christian genocide or not, should have just immediately accepted the collaboration. That the debate about whether there is a Christian genocide or not is quite unnecessary, which is one of the things that we've been talking about here. Meanwhile, a new video featuring Reverend Ezekiel Dachumo saying that he has been told to stop exposing the government over reports of a Christian genocide went viral over the weekend. Reverend Dachumo made the comments during a sermon, adding that he refuses to stay silent because the government inaction has endangered Christians nationwide. He also condemned comments made by Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, who alleged on Facebook that a doctor told him empty coffins were being buried to fabricate claims of a Christian genocide. Let's take a look.
Somebody says, Reverend Gatchuma, stop exposing the government, your own government, your country. I said, oh, so I'm now exposing the government, my government, which they are watching me right inside our on social media. Then I said, what of me? That the same government expose us to Fulani killings by refusing to stop Fulani from killing us. He came out publicly and said there's no genocide on Christians. That is another exposure. Sheikh Gumi, the son of Lekumi, that used to go and bargain with terrorists. He came out and said all the corpses that we buried is a lie. It's only coffee. Of men is men. He must appear in the International Criminal Court of the world to come and testify and command the grave by the power of Jesus to release her anger, to hold down Shekumi wherever he is. He will never know peace.
Well, Reverend Gatchuma is clearly not backing down despite the pressure. The question is, who exactly told him to stop speaking out? Meanwhile, Pope Leo XIV has stated that both Christians and Muslims are being slaughtered nationwide. The Pope made the comments on Tuesday last week while responding to a question from the press about whether Christians are truly safe in Nigeria. The Pope responded that insecurity affects all people in Nigeria, while also linking it to economics and the control of land. Let's take a look.
To answer the first question, I think in Nigeria, in certain areas, there is certainly danger for Christians, but for all people, Christians and Muslims have been slaughtered. There's a question of terrorism. There's a question of that has to do a lot with economics, if you will, and control of the lands that they have. Unfortunately, many Christians have died, and I think it's very important to seek a way, the government, with all peoples, to promote authentic religious freedom, respect for all people.
Well, the Pope is essentially saying that both Christians and Muslims are being killed. The question now is, will this balanced perspective from the Vatican cool down the heated rhetoric about the Christian genocide in Nigeria? The question, over to you.
It's a heavy question. And, we've been debating this issue for a while now. But I think one of the things that stands out to me is that, the world cannot even agree whether there's a genocide in Gaza. There are people who have reinforced it and taken it to the various international platforms, and then there are people who still dispute it. So my question is also around the term genocide, because we've gone into a very dangerous place in the world, in society, where the term genocide is trying to be depicted as something subjective, whereas it's an objective term. There's a definition for it. So I think we need to be careful about venturing into the space where we turn genocide into a subjective, he said, she said. The truth of the matter is that there is evidence that there are mass targeted killings. And in the process of these killings, there are also entire communities that are being affected that are not Christian. That's a fact on the ground. So whether it's a genocide, whether it's not a genocide, unfortunately, in this year, 2025, the entire world has gotten to a point where we cannot agree on what constitutes a genocide. That's number one. Number two, on Reverend Dechomo, very unfortunate, his Facebook page has also been taken down, and I believe his take on that, or they're saying that he's alleged of being somebody who's jeopardizing national security based off of the messages that he is transmitting through his Facebook page. And this is very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because this is a democracy and people are allowed to speak freely. He has evidence. He doesn't just wake up in the morning and speak. He's not inciting.
Yeah,
He's not. He has videos that he shares. He documents. He backs all of his allegations with evidence. So I think it's very important for us not to enter into the realm of silencing people, of censorship, especially people who have their own truths that they are sharing. Having said that, do we want the narrative to cool down? Is it becoming too divisive? Is it becoming too polarizing? Absolutely. However, we're not going to do that by trying to put lipstick on the issues. The only way that we're going to do this is by tackling the issues head on. What are the issues? We've dissected them ad nauseum. Now even Pope Leo is adding his voice to say there are economic issues, there are land-related issues, and this is what we've been saying. We've been saying that from the time there was a drought, from the time climate change started impacting certain places, certain communities started migrating further south in search of arable land. Here in Nigeria, we even introduced the Ministry of Livestock. And the Ministry of Livestock was supposed to try and harness some of these activities around the herding of cows and so forth to be restricted. But I remember when the Ministry of Livestock was inaugurated, they said that they would need a decade to be able to sanitize the movement of cattle and to be able to create ranches and so forth, which many people thought, so what was the essence of creating this ministry if they're going to tell us that it's going to take a decade to come up with issues, with solutions around cattle rearing and the herders and so forth. So there are so many moving pieces. Earlier in the morning, I also spoke about the fact that we need to also acknowledge the fact that globally, terrorism is migrating from the Middle East because they've taken out ISIS, they've taken out Al Qaeda. These are groups that used to have over 80,000 fighters. They've been dwindled down to 1,000 fighters. They haven't given up. They've migrated to places like Africa, to the Sahel, to places like Nigeria because they are porous borders, because they feel that the states here have failed the people. So it's easy to indoctrinate young fighters. And this is the place that they feel that they can find rest. So the issues exist. There must be no censorship. There must be no silencing of voices. People must be allowed to express their truth. And the government, in essence, must just do its duty and do its responsibility. And that is the best way for us to be able to tone down the inflammatory rhetoric that is now becoming a little bit too common and consistent, is that people can feel respite. I don't think gagging people is really the way to resolve this current crisis.
I'd like your comment on that, but I'll take this before you come on that. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Pope Leo expressed deep sadness over the kidnapping of priests and students in Nigeria and Cameroon, appealing for their immediate release. The pontiff stated that his heart hurts, especially for the many abducted boys and girls and their grieving families. He urged competent authorities to take appropriate and timely decisions to ensure the hostages released, while calling on the faithful to pray that churches and schools remain places of safety and hope. Now, the Pope's intervention adds another international pressure on Nigerian authorities to secure the country. Like I said earlier, there are 353 victims still in captivity in Niger State alone, and 24 girls still in captivity.
The Loaded Black Friday sale is here. Don't miss out. Visit loaded.com today.
Elevate your everyday with David Lloyd Clubs.
In Kebbi State. Ayo, your thoughts on, comments made by Reverend Dachimo, who, stated that he's been told to stop speaking, and the fact that he's angered by the federal government saying that there is no Christian genocide, and he also, condemned Sheikh Gumi's allegations of, or actually it wasn't Sheikh Gumi that stated it, it was a doctor, he said it on Facebook, that they were burying empty coffins. Your thoughts?
All right. Okay, so there's a saying that truth is bitter. In Nigeria, it almost seems like truth should not be accommodated, or there's a resistance, as it were, to truth. What Reverend Dachumo has been saying has been consistent. I have mentioned it a number of times that the reason why the voices will be silent and why there's this cry around Christian genocide is that the government seems to be paying little or no attention, or at best ignoring the calls from Christians who are living in the middle belt of Nigeria, that's Jos, Plateau State, Benue State. This call was not only made post President Trump's tweet. A number of times, Christians have been calling out and speaking out as to how they have been attacked deliberately, they've been targeted, churches have been burnt, there have been mass graves being built with nothing being done. What the Trump tweet just did was amplify the voices of advocates who have been speaking for a very long time. I have said it that if only the government, in response to this, would even, as a show of fact that we are listening, open an inquiry, ask people to come and have an opportunity to really express themselves with the intention to deal with the problem and deal with it. At the end of the day, what people really want is peace. What people really want is a solution. What people really want is the opportunity to express their faith without the fear of any kind of attack or the other. And so what we expect for the government to do for Reverend Gachuma and his wife is, can we offer them protection? Right. Rather than asking for them to keep quiet, because we cannot bury truth. No matter how long it takes, it will definitely resurrect. Right. And it's what people have been speaking about for a very long time. And Reverend Gachuma is just echoing the voices of people who have spoken for years and years with nothing being done. Can this administration finally fix it?
That's that higher. Meanwhile, the United States affirmed its commitment to partnering with Nigeria in the fight against terrorism following a high-level meeting between U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Nigeria's National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who stressed the need for urgent Nigerian action to stop violence against Christians and combat the West African jihadist terrorist group. This is as the Director General of the Department of State Services, Adiola Ajayi, briefed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the country's heightened domestic security crisis, including the recent mass abduction of school children. Consequently, President Tinubu ordered immediate withdrawal and redeployment of police officers from VIP escorts to core community policing duties, with security requiring VIPs now directed to use the NSCDC. Meanwhile, Amili Akos, controversial cleric and bandit sympathizer Sheikh Gumi, says that no government, including the United States, can completely eliminate terrorists. Let's take a look.
How is a sporadic cases? You can never ever eliminate terror completely. In America recently, one Nigerian killed his father, somebody introduced to sisters. When I say that America is not safe anymore, you have sporadic cases. So, but generally the picture is I think that there's a to get better.
Dr. Abati, and people are saying Sheikh Gumi is now a spokesperson for the government. But, his rhetoric about whether or not no government can eliminate terrorists, he even compared the fact that there is gun violence in America. Obviously, that is, considered terrorism in some form. But, your thoughts on all of the, meetings that have been held so far, and of course, what Sheikh Gumi just said.
Well, the intelligent part is that, look, when government is fighting terrorism, you are dealing with asymmetrical war. It's not that the enemy is wearing a uniform. It's not that the enemy has a particular location. So whether for the Nigerian government or for the American government or any other government, an asymmetrical war requires a different kind of approach, a different kind of method. And that is why there is even a whole broad level of conversation about international cooperation. Because terrorism poses a threat to the whole of humanity. So there can be collaboration. At the government level, there must also be something about what your government is doing. And that's why some Nigerians argue that, look, at the end of the day, it's the Nigerian government that will find the solution, because we are the ones that are directly affected. And the Nigerian government must be seen to be doing what it must do. Now President Tinubu says, we are ready to get help from anywhere, and we are committed, everybody should be safe in Nigeria. That is the objective. It is also so stated in Section 14, Sub 2 of the 1999 Constitution. Now, there are many views about what is going on in Nigeria. Now the National Security Advisor meeting with his opposite number is excellent, and both countries saying they will work together. That's also very good of us. And both countries can talk, which was the point that Sarah Jacobs, was making, which was the point that some of the Congress people in the US were saying. You have to consult the Nigerian government and work together to deal with what is actually a global problem. Now, you cited the example of Bishop Reverend Dachomo. Now, Reverend Dachomo is a Christian leader. You cannot expect him, not to say, oh, there is an issue with religious persecution. The problem is with the use of the expression Christian genocide. Now, the position of government is that even Muslims are being persecuted in this country. And that's why I say the bottom line is to make the environment secure. Bishop Anagri, the Catholic Bishop of Makodi, was at the congressional hearing in the US. He even painted a more, disturbing picture than Reverend Dachomo. So, as they say, he who feels it knows it. And if you ask Muslims to also tell about their experience, and we have been on this issue since 2009. The Nigerian government is not able to solve the problem. Now that it's on the table, it is for the Nigerian government to realize that what President Tinubu was saying yesterday should not stop at the level of rhetoric. The government must do its job.
We have said government must do its job like maybe 50 times already.
We'll say it again.
We keep saying it every day, every minute. We'll take the story now under entertainment. The newly released, we'll tie this all together. The newly released Nollywood trailer, The Head, has sparked a wave of reactions on social media, with some accusing it of incorrectly portraying Fulani herders as terrorists. The film, directed by Nollywood actor Daniel Effiong, was released on Netflix on Friday, and it follows the story of a couple whose wedding day quickly takes a turn when their convoy is attacked by gunmen who turn out to be cattle herders. Some users on X, including former presidential aide Bashir Ahmed, criticized the Fulani portrayal as a negative stereotype and called out the Nigerian Film Corporation led by Ali Nuhu. Bashir Ahmed wrote, "I believe Ali Nuhu's Nigerian Film Corporation should have given proper guardians to prevent such damaging portrayals. In the end, all we are saying is simple. Tell the story, condemn the criminals, call out the terrorists, but do not cast a shadow of suspicion over millions of innocent herders who have nothing to do with these atrocities. Our country is dealing with a complex security challenge. And the last thing we need is media content that deepens stereotypes and fuels more division. The producers should have known better." I mean, this is such a complex story. I mean, your quick thoughts, because we wouldn't take good news. This is such a detailed story.
For me, two things come to mind. The first is that just in the same way Reverend Dachomo has the freedom to express himself in the way he wants, as long as it's within the realms of the law, Daniel Effiong has a creative license to create whatever movies he wants to create. However, what is sad is the fact that we've gone into this place where we're no longer excited about creating optimistic films about ourselves. We're kind of creating films, and I say this because there was no happy ending. If you watch Hollywood movies that depict sort of apocalyptic state of the United States, what happens at the end is that the United States Army comes and saves the day. In essence, the hero is always the United States Army who come to save the day. And in this, the final punchline that I got from it was that, oh, if only you hadn't come back from America, this wouldn't have happened to you, which was a very sad reflection of, for me, I felt it was a reflection of self-hate.
All right.
I went to the premiere of the movie and I watched the movie, and I want to say well done to Daniel Effiong for portraying a true Nigerian story. And oftentimes talk about how art and media can mirror what is happening in socio-political scene. And what he portrayed was the truth. I don't think we're in a time where we need to be telling or covering the story. Like you often say, putting lipstick on a pig. Yes. It is time for us, whatever means to the media, to film, to music, until the government wakes up to its responsibility. I understand the sense of patriotism, but you cannot ask a director to tell lies in order to save face. Instead, let him use his platform as a tool for change. It was a movie. It was a movie
This one was based on true account. I think we cannot excellent. Yes, and I believe that Bashir Ahmed's tweet was false because it does not portray what the movie was saying. Well, it was not in any way trying to classify because you watched the show. I watched it. That's why I said we couldn't do it. Very fair. I'd love to thank you all for your great analysis. We all, I mean, the directors have their creative license. I wish you had time to speak, but you don't. That's absolutely. Well, thank you all. That's all I have for you guys. And what's trending today? I'll see you all tomorrow. President Bola Tinubu has warned that reforms in the judiciary will fail if integrity is lacking, stressing that justice must be free from corruption and that the bench cannot serve as a refuge for compromise. At the opening of the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, the president said corruption within the judicial arm poses a fundamental threat to the nation, weakens governance, and undermines the core of Nigeria's democracy. Meanwhile, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kudirat Kekereekun, raised the alarm about the growing trend of media trial to castigate judges or preempt judgment without understanding the law or facts.
We must acknowledge with candor that public perception of the judicial process has not always been favorable. Citizens have experienced frustration and delays, concerns about integrity, and anxiety over access to justice. These perceptions, whether wholly justified or not, cannot be ignored. They call upon us to reflect, to reform, and to restore. For ultimately, justice does not exist for the bench or the bar. It exists for the people.
That the survival of the democracy has often used for the steadfast faith of the judiciary. Our pronouncements and fiscal directors in our history have extended the secure order and upheld the democratic. Yet, at this stage, it was no further. It was difficult by ensuring that justice is always for the one justice in every country across every institution and every place.
Moving on, the federal government of Nigeria has ordered security and intelligence agencies to locate and rescue 25 female students abducted from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga, Danko, Wasago local government area of Kebbi State. In a statement, Information Minister Mohammed Idris says President Bola Tinubu has issued clear directives to security and intelligence agencies to locate, rescue, and safely return the students and to ensure that the perpetrators face justice. He says protecting every Nigerian, especially school children, remains a solemn responsibility of the state. The government says it is in the process of overhauling Nigeria's military, police, and intelligence agencies to ensure officers are more effective in preventing these attacks and that they respond with speed and precision whenever threats arise. It says Nigeria is also reinforcing cooperation with regional partners through ECOWAS, the African Union, and the multinational Joint Task Force to secure the borders and disrupt terrorist and criminal networks. According to Idris, the federal government is deeply concerned and is in solidarity with the families of the students. More on the story, the governor of Kebbi State, Nasir Idris, has commiserated with the people of Danko Wasagu local government, expressing concern about bandits crossing from neighboring states and countries, causing havoc in Kebbi villages. The governor, who met with community leaders and some parents during his visit to the community, says a joint security team with reinforcement from Abuja is tracking the bandits believed to have crossed from Zamfara State.
We have come, we have seen things by ourselves, and we see the parents that their children who have been abducted. And we give them confidence, we give them our words that we'll do everything possible to ensure that their children are being rescued. And we also assure them that let them have confidence in us. And we'll make sure that the security agencies will do everything possible to do the needful.
What happened is that we were sleeping around 3:30 a.m. when we heard noises at the door. I woke my husband and told him the animals were disturbing us. Unfortunately, the bandits broke down our door and entered the house. They killed my husband. After killing him, they ordered me to go with them, but I refused. Just then, my daughter came out of her room. They forced her to follow them instead. They pushed her ahead of them at gunpoint and made her lead the way to the girls' hostel.
Moving on, the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party deepened on Monday as rival factions loyal to Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde and Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike scheduled parallel National Executive Committee meetings at the party's National Secretariat in Abuja for today, Tuesday. Both factions are laying claim to the control of the party at a fiercely contested national convention in Ibadan on Saturday, which produced a new national working committee and expelled several prominent Wike loyalists. Despite their expulsion, Wike's associates issued a notice calling for an emergency NEC and Board of Trustees meeting at the party's national headquarters, Wadata Plaza in Abuja. The notice issued by Wike's ally, Samuel Anyanwu, directs BOT members to gather at 11 a.m., followed by the NEC at 2 p.m., with both sessions expected to address what the group describes as urgent internal matters. Meanwhile, earlier on Monday, the newly elected national chairman, Tanimu Turaki, visited the Nigeria Police Force headquarters to alert authorities of an alleged plot by Anyanwu and his group to disrupt party activities. Turaki spoke with journalists shortly after meeting with the Commissioner of Police, Dantawaye Miller, to discuss plans to convene his first meeting with PDP stakeholders and to inform the police of reports of another counter meeting at the party's national secretariat in Abuja by the pro-WK group. The PDP chairman and senior advocate of Nigeria says as a law-abiding party, the PDP is seeking protection against any other camp. He promised that members will defend the integrity of the party at all costs.
As law-abiding people, we've come here to tell the police that we are having our meeting tomorrow. And this will be the inaugural meeting since we left Ibadan after our election at our National Elective Convention. Now, we have seen flying in the social media a purported notice of BOT and NEC meeting given by people who, for all intent and purposes, are no longer members of this party as I'm talking to you today. Our National Convention are taking a decision to expel these elements from the party. And so they are no longer members of our party. And so we have reported the moves they are making to the police because we don't want any situation where there will be breach of peace. As leaders, more than any other person, we want peace to be sustained. We are going there, we'll have the offices opened, we'll get in there, and then begin to perform the functions for which we've been elected. I have assured the Commissioner of Police of the FCT that while We will ensure that no breach of the peace occurs. We will go there prepared to defend ourselves and our integrity as Nigerians, because Nigerian constitution has given us the right to defend our persons, our lives, our properties, so that we're prepared to do. And let me reiterate again for avoidance of doubt. To defend our party, to defend this nascent democracy, we are prepared to lay down our lives.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I didn't look like that. I know. I know. Secret. Moving on to the economy, a report released by the National Bureau of Statistics says Nigeria's headline inflation rate has dropped to 16.05% in October 2025. According to the report, the inflation rate fell from the 18.02% recorded in September. However, it says on a month-on-month basis, headline inflation rose by 0.93% in October. The NBS Consumer Price Index and inflation report showed a slight easing in food prices, with food inflation declining by 0.37% month on month. The figure represents the seventh consecutive month of decline in the country's inflation rate this year. According to the NBS, the 12-month average urban inflation rate was 22.68% in October 2025, which is 11.84 percentage points lower than the 34.52% reported in October 2024. All right, so a number of stories before us this morning, Rufai. Of course, a very sad one. Yesterday, in the course of the show, we had talked about the abduction of the students in Kebbi State. Very briefly, I think we broke at that time. But also, of course, the PDP in the news, the National Judicial Conference, All Nigeria Judicial Conference happening, and then, of course, the inflation rate dropping. I think we'd called it as well yesterday. Your take on this one?
Inflation is going to keep dropping because we're doing some statistical voodoo. You know what we have done? When the rebasing happened, the food baskets, the weighted average of food was over 50%. We reduced it to 40%. 10% in the weighted average of food is gone. When you reduce the parameter at calculating something that used to calculate at 50% before, you reduce to 40%, then definitely it will show that food prices are dropping. Does it mean it's dropping in the people's pockets? No. In fact, analysts have talked about it, and that's why some analysts are saying that let's wait and see the CBN reduces interest rates. That's why we know that it's a real knock-on effect. But you see, this statistical to medicine we're doing, it's not going to help us. It doesn't show the true face of the economy. Things are still on the rise. Things are still on the increase. That's not about that. Secondly, as regards the PDP, yes, the PDP drama continues. Now it's a fight for supremacy. It's not today they've always fought about Wadata House. This was the same Wadata House at some point. Minister Wike said they were owing grand rent. So have they paid grand rent now? Now that Iron One, his own faction, are taking over and they want to use the place. Now all of a sudden they pay grand rent again. So you can see the games they play in the name of politics. Anyway, Turaki has gone to say we are going to secure because we want to have a meeting here. The Wike faction too say they are going to have a meeting here. Last, now police will settle. The drama of the PDP continues. We all know what Wike wants. In the peace deal, he said that they should not produce any candidates. We all know it's part of the grand plan of President Tinubu to only be the candidate in the next election to weaken other political parties. And they talk about one party. Yes, I didn't believe it before. But once Wike put forward that idea, as said by some of the PDP people, I know that they talk about one party. It is true and it's germane and it's obviously linked to President Tinubu. Let's not deceive ourselves. So that's why you can see disarray going on in other political parties. The Labour Party, despite contractments and things like that, things have not still settled. Other political parties are in disarray. This morning, as regards insecurity, I'm upset. A great General Uba died on the battlefront because he wasn't saved on time. I know over the weekend they put propaganda. Yes, he was still alive. He sent a live video but he's been unalived afterwards because the reconnaissance didn't get to him on time. And no media is doing enough work to celebrate our brigadier general. So a general that served this country all his life died on the battlefront. Can't we celebrate him and applaud him for his service to this country? Can't we put ourselves in the shoes of what his family will be going through by now? But guess what? We are not doing that. The vice president of the country is busy in Kogi accepting new decampi. You see, politicians will think of this, and they have rally in Plateau State, so they don't care about us. They always think of their own political interests. Look at the people in Kebbi. See, since Chibok girls happened, over 1,500 students have been kidnapped. Is it the one that happened last year in Kaduna? Is it Kankara boys? Can we go on and on? Is it Dapchi? Isn't it shocking that those that campaign with Leah Sharibu and Dapchi, they are not speaking about KD girls today? Because it's all politics and politicking. So they are constantly thinking about themselves, rather they can be thinking about the solution. See, just this morning, I got another very sad message. The people of Tiv, the Tiv people are suffering. There's a message coming out of, I think it's Stockholm local government area. There were killings yesterday in Amadu village. There's a protest going on there as we speak today. But guess what? The governor is concerned about is the camping party that will be held for him tomorrow, the governor of Taraba State. So you see, the politicians have failed us in totality. And when Nigerians are letting their lives down for this country, we don't celebrate them enough. So if everybody feels to celebrate you, General Uba, I celebrate what you did for this country. I celebrate your service. I do my heart for you. May your service never be in vain in this country. And please, we must stop desecrating. The Minister of Information released a statement this morning. They are always shocked. The question we should ask them, didn't they get intelligence that this was going to happen? Where did he fall across the crack? The police said they went there, they tried to repel them, but they jumped through the fence. And the fence is in good condition. Maybe we had safe school corridor in this country. So you see, these are the problems. We keep coming here and talk over again. But you see, the Nigeria not keep happening to Nigeria. Because it's Chibok girls, over 1,500, and more will still be kidnapped if nothing is done about it. And the likes of Sheikh Gumi are still going out there defending the bandits like they did in the interview.
Terrible. All right. Okay, I would like to start my commentary this morning on a somber note, namely the death which has been announced by the family of Chief Dan Agbese. Chief Dan Agbese was a member of our tribe, the Nigerian League of Newspaper Columnists, and very active to the very end, running newspaper columns, the Daily Trust, and also in the Guardian. He died, according to the family announcement, at the age of 81. He was a distinguished journalist, product of the University of Lagos, Mass Communication Department, and also of the Department of Journalism of Columbia University. He was editor of the Nigerian Standard, editor of the New Nigerian, general manager of Radio Benue, and co-founder of the Newswatch magazine, which redefines style and output content in Nigerian journalism for more than 2 decades, which he co-founded along with Mr. Rayeko, Mr. Yakubu Muhammad, and the late Mr. Dele Giwa. But now at 81, he has dropped the pen. He was an author, he was an editor. At the time, he was even editor-in-chief of Newswatch magazine. Later, he and his colleagues went into consultancy work, and that's what he did, and he kept writing, showing that in this job, indeed, in journalism, you can practice this profession until your working stick fails you. And there are many of this old brigade who remain committed to journalism to the very end. We commiserate with the people of Ado local government area of Benue State, of the Agbese family, the Newswatch family, and the Nigerian League of Columnists, and also the entire journalism community in Nigeria, on the person of one of the most brilliant, writers that we had in this profession. The good thing is that his generation continue to inspire, other generations of columnists, of newspaper writers, by their example, by their distinction, by their achievement. May you rest in peace. Now, that's the news that came out yesterday from the family and the Nigerian League of columnists. Now to go to the other issues that have been raised. Let me start with the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was addressing the All Nigeria Judges Conference yesterday, and his main point is about the code of conduct for Nigerian judges. The first thing we must note is that the President just openly admitted that there is corruption in the judiciary. In fact, it was the President of Nigeria saying that there are judges that are corrupt. That was one takeaway for me. Number two, the President was also very clear. He's saying that to make sure that the judiciary in Nigeria is beyond reproach, beyond compromise, that it is a collective, collaborative effort. And he called on the judges to be faithful to their, profession. Now, in the code of conduct for judges generally, whether it's in Nigeria or elsewhere, the Duet is advised to be above board, like Caesar's wife. And we have had issues in Nigeria here where people complain that the judiciary has been compromised. Where the president used the word that it's a collective task that all of us must work on beyond the admittance. Number one, it is to the credit of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that under his watch he increased the remuneration for judges. You will recall when Justice Datijo was retiring from the bench. What he was complaining about was the conditions of service for judges, how they were not allowed to go for conferences, how they were subjected to antediluvian practices, not even have the full complement of staff, and it was a lot of lamentation for Justice Datijo. Since then, President Tinubu has increased the remuneration for judges, but we still have a problem in that direction, which is about complete autonomy of the judicial sector. Now, you have here and again, now and then, state governors saying they are buying vehicles for judges. You hear that, so governor or minister has given apartments to judges. Now, this is the basis on which people say that, look, these judges are not well taken care of in terms of their welfare. The Tinubu administration may have done a lot, but there's a lot more to do. So it starts with President Tinubu himself. JUSON, there's a group called JUSON, Judicial Workers. They are always going on strike because of the welfare and conditions of service. They too must be well taken care of because they are the ones in the registry, they are the ones around the place. If you compromise them, as President Tinubu properly identified, the will of justice will already have been compromised. And as he also argued, that is not good for national stability, is not good for democracy. The president spoke about collective responsibility. How about politicians who are always going for litigation during election time? After every election is considered boom time, top time for the judiciary. Because many of these politicians who have in the process become backroom lawyers. If you see a politician quoting the constitution for you, you'll be shocked. It's because they are in and out of courts. Okay, can we have a system in Nigeria where the electoral system is transparent and we can reduce the amount of litigations after every election cycle? That has not happened. President Tinubu has an obligation in that regard. Then there is the National Judicial Council, which can discipline judges. That National Judicial Council, some people, I think including Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, has called for a review of that National Judicial Council. Can we also think in that direction to strengthen it? And then there are lawyers who are the go-between between judges and litigants. Well, I cannot mention anybody's names, but they exist. These lawyers who work actively to compromise the system. They know that we know them, but they know they will know themselves. They are part of the problem. And the MDA has what they call a disciplinary committee. However, these lawyers who are always compromising judges, they are at the end of the day. Even when you pay a judge, even if you pay 1 trillion naira, the important thing is about commitments. Judges must respect the oath of office, the code of conduct for judges, which talks about fairness and impartiality, which talks about hearing the other side, which talks about independence of the judiciary. Then you talked about inflation. You say it has come down 16%. You said this is the 7th consecutive month. My own point about this inflation coming down, inflation moderating, is that when are we going to see the effects? The economists, the professional economists, they tell you, they say, oh, it will take months before you see the effect. I had that like the first quarter of this year, when they said it has moderated. Where are we now? I think we're in the 4th quarter. We have not seen any effects. So there must be more transparency and accountability on the part of the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics. They say, for example, that food inflation has gone down, maybe about 0.36%. Okay, why is it that wives have not reduced job money? Because they are the ones that go to the markets. If they have to set up a bureau to investigate wives, the domestic sector, why is it that NEPA bill, PCN or whatever they call them now, disco or whatever, it's always going up? So these are indicators of inflation, so that husbands will not be bearing burdens that they do not deserve. And the cost of living crisis has not abated. So it's not statistics. Statistics is not enough. As for PDP, well, I think it's important to ensure security. Wadata Plaza, I'm told that someone that one faction has expressed, he's already there. He arrived early in that place. So if he's there with his team, and then Keti, Kabiru Tanemu Turaki SAN, who is the chairman of the party from the Ibadan Convention, if he also goes there with his team, the police have a responsibility to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. The main objective within the political arena should be political stability. The unfortunate thing, however, in case they don't realize it, is that, look, President Tinubu has already won a second term. Because if the main opposition party cannot organize itself, so what is the purpose of all this? But we still need the opposition. And that is why people should lend themselves common sense. The voice of reason should prevail. Being in the opposition does not mean being anti-government. It means creating a platform for you to be able to make contribution to national development. But I'm skeptical about the PDP being able to challenge President Tinubu. We might as well just declare the battle won and lost, and then let President Tinubu do his second term. Maybe that will give the PDP and other parties to organize themselves properly.
Level up your game, Moses, at burlesque, at sex.
With Vintage main categories, you now sell even more premium items. Don't use it, sell it.
All right, so I believe that when we talk about the transparency of the judiciary, what we see happening in the PDP is part of the challenges that we have with the judiciary, because they could also be blamed as the reason why we have such confusion in the PDP as we see today. We recalled in the days leading to the convention, national convention of the PDP, how there were conflicting court judgments from coordinate courts, and preceding confusion and total chaos, such that now not only do we have factions of the PDP, we have factional BOT, factional NEC, and you can also say that this is part of the problems why we have an opposition that is not strong enough. So part of the problem in the PDP can be put on the doorstep of the judiciary, if I'm being very honest. And that's why President Tinubu, in addressing the judges yesterday, had said that the courts must not become a center of a sanctuary of compromise. That's the term he used. It must not be a sanctuary of compromise. And the perception of the justice system in Nigeria is seen in many quarters to be compromised. And a number of things can be done. Every year we have the All Nigeria Judges Conference with a number of issues or conversations highlighting the many problems that belabor the judiciary. But what we're looking forward to is solutions. And I dare say that a solution can be had. We need stronger institutions if we want a thriving democracy, and we see this a lot of times on this table. And so the president spoke well, but beyond speaking well is a political will will to actually strengthen the independence of the judiciary, which we have called for a number of years. Because if we do not have a thriving justice system, it affects a number of areas beyond the politics and the governance of the country, affects investor confidence. We understand how conflicting judgments or judgments gotten from different courts can affect investors who do not have confidence in the fact that they will get justice for any reason whereby they have to approach a court based on business decisions or business conflicts. And so these are some of the challenges we talked about. But the president also talked about technology being perhaps a game changer, and he made a commitment yesterday during his speech that he was going to drive technological reform in the judiciary so that we're able to see digitalization of judgment whereby people can easily access. I believe I don't know what Dr. Abato Friday I spoke about it yesterday, whereby there will be an online portal where we can see judgments clearly, especially with what happened with the PDP over the course of last week. So a number of things can be said, but beyond that is that if there's no will to strengthen the institution, one of the quick wins I would say would be perhaps let us look at this issue where we have political leaders, especially governors, and in some instances ministers, in the term of judicial welfare, buy cars, build houses for judges. I know that yes, the judge is meant to be neutral, meant to be above the board of being able to be influenced in his decisions. But when you have governors who come and say they are trying to make the welfare of the judges better, buy a retinue of cars, buy houses, how do we expect the independence in that way and not some form of tilting in the favor of such individuals? And so if you look at it from history, so many governors in 2022, Governor Wike, who was governor at the time of River State, built a judges complex for the judges in River State across different levels. He's not the only one that did it. Governor Sanwo-Olu did it in 2020. Governor Inuwa Yahaya of Gombe State did it in 2025. Governor Sheriff Oboriri. It has now become the norm for governors to come in. There's nothing wrong with ensuring the welfare of judges, but there's a lot of things wrong if all of a sudden we are seeing cars being bought for it. Why can't we not have a system that provides for the welfare of judges devoid of the individual or personality behind? And that's why we continue to talk about the independence of the judiciary, especially financial autonomy for the judiciary. If we don't have that in place, we'll continue to talk about transparency of year after year, year in, year out, with nothing being done about that. Again, I repeat, if we must have a thriving democracy, if we must inspire investor confidence, we must have strong judiciary. Now, moving on to that for what I consider perhaps the most important story for this morning, which is the unfortunate incident that happened in Kebbi State with 25 of our girls being abducted. Right from the time of the Chibok girls in 2014, where there was a nationwide outcry, an international outcry around the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, we have seen, unfortunately, that lessons have not been learned. Because if lessons have been learned, we should not be in 2025
and give citizens a path back to dignity. But speaking of
This robotic puppy looks so real, it completely fooled my neighbour who's a veterinarian.
And may I congratulate the right honourable on delivering a second budget. I hope you enjoyed it because it
your Play Store or your App Store. Type in fun. You can see fun plus thing as you tap on it. You download it if you don't have it. For me, I don't have it. I'm just going to open it. So this app is totally free. So that is to connect to YouTube. All you do is to tap on Google. If you're able to take it to the panel, so just go ahead and click on that panel here that you're using for the screen. Let me just click it. So scroll down, tap on continue. You scroll down to continue. Just close it. So you can tap on this button. Now you're seeing this interface. Just use YouTube as a platform. You understand? This means you're connecting your channel to the fan. Go ahead and click on connect on YouTube. Continue. Where then this process is very important. Put a one email. Start connecting to good channel here that you're using for a screen. Let me just click it. So scroll down, tap on continue. You scroll down to continue. Just close it. So as you can see, tap on this button. Now you're seeing this interface. Just use it as a platform. You understand? This means you're connecting your channel to the fan. Go ahead and click on connect on this button. This connect YouTube. Tap on it. Continue. Where then this process is very important. Put a one email. Tap on it. Tap on continue. Set up connected. Next thing to do is just click on the left hand side. Very important. Always make sure you turn this mic off. Because if you don't turn this mic off, whatever sound or discussion that is going on the background, your viewers or audience are going to hear. You always turn off this mic. Now let's say there's this broadcast screen. Just tap on the top now. So let's turn this on. So next thing we'll be heading to, now let me give you this tip. So this is the tweet you can see on this slide. Just tap on it up now. So I'll turn it on. So next thing we'll be heading to, now let me give you this tip. So this is the tweet you can see on this slide. To begin your 4,000 website. Now, instead of you know that you're very easy to see and access the audience for your viewers. This is the best app for this to do. Why is it the best app for this to do? Because in this app, you can add videos, pictures, or animations. Do you understand? But you not a static image. Never a static image for this slide. And access to the audience for your viewers. This is the best app for you to use. Why is it the best app for you to use? Because you are going to hear the audio turn off this mic. Now let's say there's this WhatsApp screen. Turn it on, just tap on it up now. So I'll turn this on. So next thing we'll be heading to, now let me give you this quick tip. So this is the tweet you can see on this slide to begin your 4,000 website. Now, instead of people, you know that your video is very easy for you to see and access to the audience for your viewers. This is the best app for you to use. Why is it the best app for you to use? Because in this app, you can add videos, pictures, or animations. Do you understand? But you not a static image, never a static image for this slide. Because this can be best and in this particular that you're using the static image for your image, it can think that you think like and this can actually work your camera. So the correct way to do this like
like training. There's someone dancing with local songs, cooking food, or even a relaxing movie background. Now that's when your life changes before you do it. If you make it look real and people actually feel like you feel as if they are watching people dancing for people. The next thing you're going to do now is to report the people that are using for this tutorial. The next thing is to wipe left. You see this picture, tap on media, tap on video and photo. Then see the video of yourself. Make sure your video is set and entertaining. So I'll go ahead and use this video here. Tap on it to make sure it's actually playing. So as you can see, it's playing. I remove the sound because I don't want the sound to affect my tutorial. Then tap on this place, tap on this double eye to make it always active. The next thing you're going to do now is to set your title and description. If I may say this, this title or description, you're going to this one as well. Very important. So as you can see, very important to publish when you're like singing. You can as well schedule your like singing. Yes, you can do that with this particular app. Then your audience message always not for two. If you're using for two, you won't be able to like you know what to know this. So that is it. And your description and title, everything you're using towards good description and title. Those three keywords in your news. Always add them. The next thing you're going to do is this info. So the solution is to click on 10802 so that the video will be very fast for your audience to improve. So that is to do your simulation you stay for hours. This is how you accumulate your watch hours. Watch hours stay for 5-10 minutes. For instance, you can decide to stay in the morning for 3 hours, for 2 hours, then in the evening you stay again the audience will be on the front from their business places and all of that. But then you'll be available on YouTube. Even if only your people can work for 1 hour, that is 1,800 minutes of work time instantly. So if you do this daily for 7 days, it will actually make you 4,000 work hours very fast.
think everyone share on Tuesday will inspire care to discuss vital factors that link for the future. On the opposite of the agency came back as a newly elected national working committee led by Kabiri scheduled on the same day with last week with the count of every arrived at the meeting headquarters during violent crisis and journalists. Captain of safety at the bottom class side was at that last. Let's take a look. Meanwhile, coming up to the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Kabiru Kami's two ranks, already upholding the U.S. Trump to intervene and save democracy in Nigeria. Speaking to journalists after gaining access to the PDP secretary, Turaki stated that what is at stake is not just genocide against Christians in Nigeria, but that democracy is not just right. Let's take a look.
path ahead. For this planet to declare our leaders fight harder, that they fight for they mobilize overnight when their interests are practiced. Yes, painfully true. When the masses are trying to secure jobs, healthcare, and dignity, Nigeria is not lacking potential. But it is suffering from leadership that prioritizes party survival over people's survival until our politicians begin to break the lives of citizens struggling to overcome poverty and poverty through progress. We remain excluded instead of reality. I have seen this story for 40 years. I'm thankful at this point for this thing to be happening at this critical time in our what else we need that must be instruction that we really see remembering the nation at this time. This is pointed out by the DP chairman, he is from Kebbi State. This is Kebbi State, who was 25 years ago, of Australia, that's the government in power. The APC is the government in power, and the ones that have the responsibility and entrusted it then by the Nigerian people to ensure security of life and property. But as an opposition, this is where we need to hear their voices loud and clear. They have to find solutions on checking the government of the day, emphasizing the people doing their own part in building the nation. And what it is, what matters to them, what is priority to them, which is political power, dominance, and in doing that, there was something a massive showing away from people from taxpayers' money, people who pay, people pay to pay their money and pay. What if, rather than whereby like the political fight can be helped after the exercise of raising the woman family, raising the raising business. And then I will this is also the administration and government of a party assembly a true democracy. Democracy is like what we have right now opposition. Not to just attacking the government of the day, but to provide ideas, which ideas conversation. So the opponents and ideology and opposition why we don't have a government that is working to want to stifle the voice of the people of the people. And that's how we and they just said, what? We came in minister of administration with the power to have been bringing up that control that is that for also the police and the access to ensure that they also are doing our impact and actively in the capacity of what we are because these are under the administration, under the that the democracy is actually able to our very nice and that's what she is. This one, I mean,
But unfortunately, that is just seconds before. Right now, I'm heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the yardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down on us right now. The parents are with her. It's just happened. She's savagely attacked. She's dead. Not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department. It's horrible. As you know, the other young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life. And hopefully we'll get better news with respect to him. And the monster that did this is also in serious condition. I want to express the anguish and the horror of our entire nation at the terrorist attack yesterday in our nation's capital, in which a savage monster gunned down two service members of the West Virginia National Guard who were deployed as part of the DC task force, which has done such an incredible job. Until yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable. This is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime.
Now the time we have been waiting for has arrived. Let me bring out my trumpet. And my drum. We've been having fun so far, right? Good fun. Our favorite international correspondent, one and only. The hardest this one is girls, don't they? Can we repeat that? We run the world. Well, all right. Well, good morning. Let's begin. Let's start with the good news. The former president, Goodluck Jonathan, is safe and has arrived in Nigeria after departing Guinea-Bissau in the wake of the military takeover in the country that left him stranded on Wednesday. Jonathan departed on a special flight alongside members of the delegation, who was one of the 26 high-profile observers on the joint mission of the African Union, ECOWAS, in the London Forum to monitor the presidential election. Well, here's the movement. It's playing touchdown in Abuja. Our former president, Jonathan, is finally safe and out of Guinea-Bissau. But this episode highlights the dangers facing election observers in West Africa's increasingly unstable democratic landscape. I'll take some reactions and right up to you. Ron Rose, good to have him back on page 12. But the fact that a whole former president was temporarily trapped during yet another West African coup just shows how unstable the region has quietly become. Safe return is good, but the bigger question is when will ECOWAS stop reacting and finally start preventing these crises? Oko wrote on X, Goodluck Jonathan has now added surviving a military coup evacuation to his CV. Man has dodged Boko Haram bombs, 2015 election loss, Guinea-Bissau coup. At this point, the good luck in his name is not propaganda. It's a verified spiritual gift. Welcome home, sir. The luck is still working overtime.
time. I particularly loved that. So yesterday I had another tweet that said, good luck, kid. Good luck. And now, his luck is really working with the time. He came back to school safe and sound. But, like I highlighted, the biggest question about the West African coup. We are seeing already 5 different West African nations. The coup is becoming increasingly disturbing. Absolutely. The first things first, as we've already established, we are very happy to see our former president return in one piece. He did look very joyful and happy and relieved to be home in that video. And I know a lot of us are anticipating perhaps hearing from him directly, but while we wait for that to happen, we are definitely happy to see that he has been returned. But I do think that this experience does uncover greater questions. What is he now going to do with this experience? It would be interesting if he does use his now platform and this experience perhaps to speak to the federal government, speak to the African Union, speak to ECOWAS. Again, following the point in the first tweet about what you're going to do, be more proactive rather than reactive. He has a very unique position in the fact that he went there for one thing, to observe democracy, to champion democracy, and he was met with the direct opposite of it. So it can't just be a conversation that ends with his safe return where we are very happy and we do. So this is another example about why it is a positive thing to name your children well, because they continue to embody what they need. But I would love to see this go further, what he does return here to Nigeria, perhaps to speak to the president, to speak to the federal government and just talk to them about what we can really do, because in as much as we can say that this is a distant issue, that this is something that affects other countries over there, this is still our backyard, this is still our region. And while we do not want any type of military coup to be attacked on Nigeria's democracy, it's because actually though this is a distant issue, it's getting closer and because of this type of political insecurity. Yeah, we have to talk to it, it has to end. Absolutely. Now we are surviving security in Nigeria. I think now we are seeing over in West African nation. What does that come back home here? Now, the Inspector General of the Caribbean announced that in 10,560 competition from their time working with VIP because there's one the president of Nigeria had to be the commander in the country circulated online. That 120,000 policemen are attached to private individuals in Nigeria, calling it a
I have seen some things posted on social media. People are posting figures. Figures are where they say that attached to private investigations. These are lies. Not true. And that's the figure that moves on to the right. That's one. That would attach 150,000 people.
The founder of the International Christian Center, Matthew Ashimolowo, is calling on the federal government to have young people from the National Youth Service Corps trained to fight against insecurity and crime. The pastor made the comment while speaking on live television on Thursday, comparing NYSC, Israel Mandatory Service System, saying that their army is comprised of mostly 18 to 22-year-olds in Biafra. Well, this is, a controversial proposal. President Tinubu had earlier approved the use of NYSC camps are temporary training ground for emergency police recruitment. But, this factor is going further, essentially calling for the militarization of National Youth Service Corps. Now, the question is, should Nigeria turn its one-year civic service program into military training, or would this put on young graduates in harm's way while, serving their country? In that same interview, Papa also called on the public to support President Bola Ahmed, saying, we have a leadership who wants to make things work. Goodbye. NYSC, I'm sure you haven't experienced that in Nigeria, but it's a one-year civic program. And now, I don't think that it is quite unique, because I believe I saw a story in France as well, where Emmanuel Macron is also trying to have voluntary, but now this man is proposing NYSC militarizing the club.
I think we began by making the point that NYSC created what it was an initiative that was to get Nigerians to become more broader in their outlook of the nation. So if I am from Cross River State, they'll put me to Zamfara. If I'm from Kebbi State, they'll put me to Delta State, so that we can understand our country better and have better sensitivity of our fellow countrymen. So I think it's important to note that, and that is what it was created for. To now add a military dimension to that is concerning for a number of reasons. Number one, NYSC covers a broad number of industries. People are stationed with different kinds of companies and organizations and so forth, and it contributes to the churning out of professionals into our economy. We have NYSC, what do they call us? Yes, the word has escaped my mind. We have corporates here, right? We have corporates all around. And we have to remember that, yes, while there is a state of emergency of security, the economy still needs to function. We still have to remember that there is tomorrow, and we need to continue to develop talent. We need to continue to uphold our economy so that they can be a tomorrow to fight for. Now, the other thing about some of these youth services, we also had it in Zimbabwe at some point. They were called green office. Horrible, because they were used for election violence. And this is the issue. Once you have young people who are relatively naive, starting out in life, it's also easy for these movements or these initiatives to get hijacked for the wrong reasons. Whereas these are young people with potential, we should be pursuing their careers, pursuing their dreams. We should be investing in them to do better, But in essence, you end up with a poorly trained extra force that's not really contributing to the end of insurgency. Let's take those resources. Let's train those, because 11,000 plus police officers trained. As well for that, you say they've been carrying Madame's handbag for a while. So they're going to need to be retrained. Let's look at police welfare as a whole. Policemen are still protesting over their pensions. What about soldiers? What happens to them while they're in service and even after they leave service? So those resources that we want to use to go and train coppers can be very well used very diligently within the security of the armed forces itself to bolster them, treat the well, give them great welfare. Let's let young people dream about a greater Nigeria, a greater tomorrow. Let's people to do that.
I've really heard from NYSC. Some of them are quite heartbreaking when we hear the kidnapping. These people have their lives cut off for them. They have their careers ahead of them. I don't think that they want to be involved in this. So of course, it is voluntary. Yes, and it's true. Yes, it's a passion to the armed forces. Absolutely. Well said. But still on insecurity in the United States, the governor, Umar Bago, announced in a recent BBC interview that 11 students out of over 600 kidnapped from St. Mary's Catholic School have been rescued, claiming that the number of students reportedly kidnapped is exaggerated. The governor also claims that kidnapping is being used to blackmail the country to show that Christians are being maligned.
A lot of people who even attend the school, who are even students in that school, or pupils, are probably not just Christians. It's a mixture.
A lot of devil advocates would say people are trying to take advantage of their situation, trying to blackmail the country. And is what I feel. Like this is like an attempt to blackmail or to bring crisis within this country, trying to portray that Christians are maligned or are being treated otherwise. But it's not so. There was an attack and there was scare. A lot of children went into the forest. The school said to me in writing, missing, not abducted, number of missing students. So they are not certain whether these entire students are with the bandits, nor or are they in the bush. We have opened a register there and we are counting. We have started rescuing some of their children. Some of them have been united.
Are you categorically saying that students have been rescued?
Yes.
Because the future was that students are still
in a farm settlement, we rescued 11 people. So I was trying to learn what operation 11 has been confirmed rescued, and the operation is still going on.
The Loaded Black Friday sale is here. Don't miss out. Visit Loaded.com today.
Additionally, the governor is saying that these children were rescued. Well, this is controversial. The governor is essentially saying that, kidnapping crisis is being exaggerated for obvious political purposes because the parents are still desperately waiting for over 250 children to return home. As of now, it is unclear when boarding schools in Niger State will be open after the governor ordered their closure last week. But the real question is, will parents trust the state to protect their children after this massive security failure? And hearing from the governor saying that it's being exaggerated, what is really happening here? These students, we have reports from camps detailing the students that were taken. And then we're hearing now the governor saying that the number is exaggerated. Controversial. They're not saying his comments are controversial. They are disappointed because they're taking away from the issue at hand. And it is not befitting of a governor who has the responsibility to not only be the mouthpiece of his state, but to protect his citizens, to do well and actually speak honestly and openly. Firstly, a huge shout out to the reporter in question who did that interview at the BBC, Medina Machano, I believe her name is, a fantastic journalist. And she did also put that pressure back onto the governor to ask him about these questions, to ask him these questions about the number of pupils. I think that he is trying to distract away from the seriousness and the gravity of this issue by wasting time on numbers and saying that this is being exaggerated, saying that these kidnapping victims were rescued instead of the escape. That is really, well, I was going to say that that's almost not the issue, but it is, right? Because if we're saying that there is a lapse in security and these governors or these governments want state policing, then that is one thing. But you can't deny that there's an issue you can't deny that there's an issue in the first place. You didn't rescue these students; they escaped. That was the agreed line. And saying that you had rescued them is almost, I think, counterproductive to your call for state policing, because then are you saying that you don't need to have more apparatus under your own wing? I'm disappointed in the governor, with respect, because I know that he is not someone who wants this to be continuing to his people, but I think he has to be honest and understand that he bears a huge responsibility. And it was just yesterday and earlier this week, we were talking about the parents who have died waiting for their children to come back home. A man that died, I mean, we don't know what the official cause of death is, but it could literally be heartbreak. A father and a mother died, and their children, we don't know if they've been released or if their children were the ones who were released, but this is too serious for you to be
talking about peripheral issues. It's wrong. Some of us I want to chime in very quickly. Do you hear of you love some of us?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I do it very good with some of collaborate with those and Christians going to church and singing in church.
The time we call our hands. The time we call our hands. I have several things to say. The first is that we keep talking in proverbs around, oh, there are people who are doing this and that. You know, Senator Ted Cruz of the United States. I think it's now time for Nigerian officials. If they know something, they should start naming people. So if he feels somebody is playing politics with this issue, he should really tell us. Such and such a person is using this issue to play politics with it. Let's handle it that way. And let's then submit the evidence for it. And let's know what we're dealing with. If he says that he has credible information that leads to that, because of what we know and the evidence that we have says otherwise. The evidence that we have is that there are kidnappings going on, there are abductions going on, there's insecurity, there are killings as well going on. So if he's saying that he may have insight into the conspiracy around it, like we said, there's an emergency meeting for the modern government happening tomorrow. They should release a name and say, we are not part of it, but we know the people around us who are part of it. That's number one. Number two, the National Assembly, both the Senate, House of Reps, and even the state houses of assembly, I need them to now start asking questions about security votes. Because all of these governors have security votes. They have budgets allocated for security. So if in Niger State, for example, you're saying somebody is using insecurity to play politics, why have we not used the security votes to secure the state so that people cannot play politics with insecurity in the state? Those are my remarks.
That's the Bible said. Go ahead and talk. The Catholic Diocese of Nsukka has issued a disclaimer correcting a report by Zagazola Makama about the death of two priests, clarifying that the circumstances and the timing were inaccurately presented. In a statement signed by Father Emmanuel Asabi, Director of Communications, the diocese clarified that Father John Igwebuisi had been suffering from illness since June 2012 and peacefully died on Sunday, September 21st, at Bishop Shanahan Hospital due to health complications arising from his long-standing condition. Father Matthew Aya, on the other hand, was tragically shot on Friday, September 19, 2025, by yet to be identified individual on his way back to his parish after a pastoral assignment. The diocese stated that security personnel are investigating Father Aya's death, and no individual or group has claimed responsibility. Well, on Wednesday, Zagazola Makama reported that their deaths were linked to IPOD and ESN attacks. Now, the diocese is stating that one priest died from natural causes after 13 years of illness, while the other was killed by unknown gunmen still under investigation. Although security agencies claim that the ESN group claimed responsibility for the crime. We took the story yesterday and we highlighted the report from Zagazola Makama, which is, an analyst in the Lake Chad region that have been, doing very well with their reporting, especially on terrorism, kidnapping. They, share a lot of videos. They actually go into the forest to, give us these detailed reports. Now we're hearing from the Nsukka Diocese, and, we also got information from the security forces saying that, ESN has claimed responsibility for the death. But we're yet to see we'll continue to follow up on the story to see really where the story lies. So on another development, Apostle Michael Olowokiri, in a post on X, raised alarm about the arrest of evangelist Daniel Goodwood, the pastor, who posted a video about a natural church case that was allegedly filmed ahead on Monday. However, in a tweet from the dead, evangelist spoke in a meeting saying that any natural headsman ever invades the United States, Apostle Olowokiri had claimed that evangelist was arrested by the Nigerian police after releasing the video during the incident and berated the federal government for allowing terrorists to openly post videos on social media while facing no repercussions. Let's take a look.
I have just been roughly informed by Evangelist Ademuko have been arrested by the Nigerian police force because of the video he posted about the incident that happened in the community in Nasarawa State. In Nasarawa State, where he was holding the crusade, where he was part of the team of the crusade, and then the Fulani herdsmen attacked that community. I watched that video, I saw that video, and that video was real. It was legit. There was no photography, there was no any kind of AI mixture. It was real. The situation was real. And the man only reported, what was happening at that time. And because of this, the Nigerian police are arrested. You see, we have become a useless society. This is what the Nigerian state has become. They are bandits, terrorists, every day are on TikTok. They are on TikTok doing videos. They are on TikTok sharing money, doing giveaways. They are on TikTok giving updates on their location, doing things as they are saying. These are people that are causing mayhem, that are causing destruction of the lives of property, every single causing pain to them, but not more. Are you going to arrest them? You are not able to. You cannot be watching terrorists and bandits and criminals, people that are causing problems to Nigerians every single day. They are on TikTok doing everything on social media. Not talking about arrested. When one of the only things that comes from the situation, everybody jihadists, Fulani terrorists, and the community, and they want to see you, and you are going to go and arrest it. So you know, and you not arrest it. I call everybody on the police, it's a man they release from evangelist.
Well, the National State Police in a post on X stated that no accident attacks occurred anywhere in the National State, and that a published report, including the video circulation, has not reflect the true situation in Abuja community. Olowokiri stated on X that evangelist Goodwood's brother had reached out to him on Facebook actually asking him to release claiming that Kufu was detained. But he declined. Olowokiri went further to suggest that Kufu was being manipulated and coerced into making a video denying the incident. However, in a separate post from an account called Rural Evangelist, Daniel's wife, Elizabeth Kufu, reportedly confirmed that her husband had been changed. Well, this is completely confusing. Now, the question is, what actually happened? Is Opal being forced to account under detention or was the original? Attack of Wall Street. I don't know if you were here when we took the story, were you here when we took the story? We heard Opal, the evangelist, say that, his crusade was invaded. He actually stayed overhead, and all of that. That video went viral. Now we are hearing from the Nasarawa State Police Command saying that this incident did not happen in Nasarawa State. And we also saw a video of Evangelist Opal saying that this is a false claim, nothing happened, he was never arrested, and his crusade was never invaded. But we saw the video and people running that. Chaotic scenes. And the response from the police because I wish they had acknowledged that there was a chaotic incident. Even if they're saying that they are debunking that it was we can see that
there was some sort of commotion that transpired there. So it was unfortunate because it is word against theirs, but we have the video. Yeah, we have the video, and there was commotion. There was something happening there. Now,
don't play about me. God is so serious about me. Not only will He fight for me,
Can you put your hand on the back of the passenger seat for the purposes of the driver's test? Yes, you can. It is one hand on the steering wheel. You got to look up the back wheel and check the back of the camera, check your mirrors by looking up to the back and putting your hand will help you get your hips around. Looking up.
So,
This German made soon clear snow and frost in your car in just minutes.
and they did not stop the market in different states. As I'm sitting here, they have another strategy to do this and I think that the only thing I don't want to condemn the different parties that they like president and I think to
Biko, o nwekwa ihe m dọrọ n'azụ moto, ihe m gotechere. Ọ dọ na moto. Ọ dị front, o mebiri moto, moto ma na-esi dịka. Chai, biko nụrụ.
My people make una come here. This one, they don't catch one Nigerian minister where forge both in university setting. God is in control. Chai, my people. The late Mr. Eagle's wife finally broke silence as she took to a verified Instagram page to share this video of herself and son taking some drugs. According to her on her caption, God is in control. God is in control. Chai, my people. The late Mr. Eagle's wife finally broke silence as she took to a verified Instagram page to share this video of herself and son taking some drugs. According to her on her caption, God is in control. God is in control. Chai, my people. Nigerians, we are busy laughing at our brother Bethesda. You know that brother? And we are laughing at the back because he was being the Nagademus all the women. And when he was Nagademus, he was recording the whole thing. I was keeping the videos. According to them, allegedly up to 400 different videos. So you make hellfire there. How dare you? You bring me of all people. Me that is very jealous like you person. No, God forbid, me that is very jealous like Jehovah Lord, because he said I am a jealous God. A jealous woman like me, you will crave me with another woman to humiliate me. How much are you gonna give me? Why are you there? Me.
Me and my fellow woman have been doing this thing with a man. And they never found the man. They never found the man. But I sound like it. I remember when I was growing up, I had this my boyfriend. You know, he felt like I do shakara for him a lot. He was like, why are you doing this? I will tell you this, you tell me no. Okay, let me show you something. Where other girls will be begging me. You know, that was happening in a way. He drove me towards, you know, instead some girls standing on the road, you know, they were begging. You know, okay, you want us make I bring one two girls? I was very ashamed of myself because I never knew that a woman can even as a man, let me bring another girl because satisfy you. I never tried that in my whole life. In my university days, I never, that evil thought never comes by mind because I know I cannot do it. So I was so ashamed of myself. And the guy was like, Shady, you're doing shakara for me. Look at all the girls are begging. I said, you can go and carry them. Let them beg you. I don't beg. I don't go to beg. Your mama know the mother that you want like me. Eh? Your mother do not have girls like me. So go and carry them. I don't care. So imagine at this age of 60-something that an elderly man, elder state man, is doing something that's encouraging women to be doing a bongi to their fellow women. God forbid. So it was, how did this thing come out? Go and read what Doris Ogala said. And Doris alleged as well that somebody saw and were Daji sniffing with the uncle cup. What has been going on in this house? God touch me again. Do not fight. What did I do? I'm just trying to show you how. I was at so that's what I just try it. I know your trees was allowed. How do you do what? Empress, why you use that side? Oh my God! Did you just imagine? I was just trying to show how to make the face look. She just slapped me. I dare you! Stop my house! What's wrong with you? Understand? I dare you! I'm not correcting this house again. I'm doing something wrong and correcting them. Stop me. Why? I don't know why you trying to test me. What kind of insult is this? I don't like this. No, I can't take this. I can't take this. Okay, it's okay. So now that I have slapped her and nailed her, so what is your game now? What is the game from all this? Why are you saying this? No, I saw everything. Yes, I saw her. Yeah, of course. You thought she slapped me. Yes, you said you did this. I saw you trying to molest my sister. Yes, you touched her waist. I saw you. Why would you do that? Why? My younger sister. No, I was
was trying. I no, it's not what I was just that was one of the first time. It's not the second time, neither it's the 10th time you are trying to take answers at me. I just did this. You know what? I'm just doing this because of the marriage. I am tolerating this because of the marriage. I should have known about this for a long time. What have been doing with my sister? Don't go with me. You know what, sister? I will not discuss with you anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah. This is what I've been going on with my sister. That is your going outside with someone else. No. This is not my own sister. No. It's just sound work. Where are you going? I'm sorry. I don't want to be in a marriage, and that's why I'm already to the side. You know what? You have to just Empress, just calm down. I will send some things. I'm sorry. If I go back, if you repeat yourself, I'm sorry. Please don't let this go outside. Please. I'll just repeat myself. But sorry. Why will you just my younger sister? I'm sorry. I'm just here for my sister. Just coming out, please stop. Just a devil. I have not been like this. You know me. Trust me, I'm an honest man. I have never said before. I've never Hey, please. Rachel and Daniel, senior brother. And you get this idea this morning. As I talk to you before I go, and I want you to take this my message serious. I beg. I take on it. And I beg you, on behalf of all of us who be mama for all this work, that their head and join together take it. I beg. Because you need to get Regina for us. Because yesterday I come across the video of you and Regina. We put off on the dance. And you, as the senior brother, I don't say that you tell Regina, say make in their class before I do that teaching. I don't say you tell her. Because me looking at Regina, that girl's Regina put on. I say Regina, in face, you should say Regina don't collect the that drink. You don't drink, you don't take it out of put in the book. Decide the place. And you make people tell us, create glass, you won't take this drink. You say after that, you go on and do this. I beg. What am I doing? I beg. It's what you go do for us now. You say, carry Regina Garden, go down, only make us say 1 minute. I say 1 minute, it is not possible. I want to check the mic, 1, 2, check the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2, check the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Very, 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 very. B to the E to the R to the Y. That's very, very, very. Why don't you scare my wife? I don't tell this boy. What's up with you? Can't you say my wife is pregnant? Why don't you scare her? Get out of this place! It's really stupid for. What nonsense? Sorry. Oh my God. This is rupture.
I am pregnant! What? I'm pregnant! You're what? Huh? Okay, come here! You're what? Come here. You say you're what? You're pregnant for? Come here. I'm asking you, you're pregnant for? Why is this blapping me? I just said I'm pregnant. You're pregnant? Yes. Come here. Come here. I said come here. Come here. Don't come to me. I said come here. Come here. That you are doing. I didn't get you right. You say you're what? You're what? You're pregnant. Why are you stopping me? Me. Who got pregnant? I thought you told us pregnant. Yes. I'm pregnant. I'm asking you. You're my husband. Stop talking. You're my husband. Why are you pregnant with you? This is a good news. I'm just coming from the hospital. They told me I'm pregnant. I'm giving you the good news. You're stopping me. I know it's your friend, right? That means you're pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I am pregnant. You're pregnant. You have the audacity. You have the audacity to tell me that you're pregnant. How? Yeah, how? I want to know. I told that to my husband. You don't get me pregnant. Who else will get me pregnant? I don't have
First.
Why is this actions of yours? For the last time. Who got you pregnant? Who pregnant you? This is a good news. I don't like this. I am your wife. You should not be slapping me. You're the one that got me pregnant. Why are you putting up this attitude? You're hitting me, your wife. I don't pray that this calls for celebration. Why are you doing this? This is totally unbelievable. Like I don't understand. You are pregnant for me.
They drive the on as soon as you can issue.
Let's just a joke. I am not serious. I'm asking. Who pregnanted you? Answer me. If you don't answer me,
Drive the on that.
I don't like what you see now. At this point, you're confusing me. I no longer know my husband. You're supposed to be happy for the both of us. And here you are putting up this act. Okay, what else do you want to do to say that this is anything? The person responsible for the pregnancy. The worst part is that you have to call them. Like the man.
Hey, okay, before one in car.
I got you know
Oh man, the mama near my phone.
I will deal with you. Like, I am 100% sure that I can get pregnant.
Okay.
How did you get pregnant? Like, where the pregnancy came from? Sorry, I did not hear you correctly. You say you cannot get me pregnant? Yes. Because my doctor told me that I can never pregnant you. I am never pregnant. Jesus, yes. I wanted us to adopt. So tell me.
Hey.
Pregnancy.
One in car.
Stop talking before I get your answer. You are hypocrite. I've been asking you for guys and just go back and information. What do you know about the pregnant, right? Yes. What information? That is the driver over there.
information.
The driver no na the boy can issue.
No, you need to for your information. Can you put me one?
Everybody, just the cool driver. Look at you. How cheap can you be? You don't even have the shit. Not even an actor. And the respect for me. Can you imagine? It disgusts me. Are you done talking? Now go on and back like a mad dog that you are. Yes. Now that you've been giving me sense of plans on my face, asking me who got you pregnant, because you know yourself very well. Take a good look at me. Do I do anything wrong by marrying you? Do I deserve this? For the past 6 years of our marriage, you kept it all a secret to yourself. Then I impotent, and we were blaming what sort of nonsense. You bring the reason behind my barrenness. But we never know this wicked. I don't trust.
You yourself like that. Is that the right way to find out?
You're not going to condone this again. I have seen that I'm very much better because I'm watching God. I wanted to test what's really wrong. I decided to kind of test myself. Not like I really wanted to do this, but I decided I want to check something. And I confirmed it. And I confirmed too, that I have so much influence. Tell me that I can be dealing with a person like you. You've shown me wickedness, right? That's the problem.
Please, anyway, see, I think it's high time you stop posting people's children to states and local government they don't come from. The country is not safe. I think it's high time you start posting people to their local government, where they come from. You understand? At least let everyone start protecting their own. For now, please stop posting people to local.
Conected a la camera. Camera high and not call from Madamba.
Okay. I want Badamba. I put my this camera now. You want the car. You might not can make a good thing. Oh, no, I had to keep my home. It's easier. Mom can have my room.
Kọwaa ife mere na ọ dịghị isi okwu ya n'okwu gbasara Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ị ga-abịa ya n'ọnụ ya kpọmkwem na ihe nwa bụ obi kumela na ọ ga-ezikwa onwe ya ezi maka na a ga-edokwe ya elu ya bụ ọ bụrụ na ibe odibo ya ka ịbụ otu maọbụ abụọ n'ife a na obi kumela kwuru ebe a dịka ya biko onye aka na-abụsasị ihe onyonyo anọ ọ ga-enyere ndị bụ onye Igbo aka ọ ga-enyere aka ọfụma ọfụma ị ga-abịa mee n'ọnụ obi kumela o si ezi onwe n'okwu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na mbọ ọgbakọkwara ife gbasara Maazị Nnamdi Kanu maka ndị bụ onye Igbo ị ga-adị ya ka anyị jiri ntụli ife obi
in terms of persecution. And I mean, what I got
I control everything. On the routine. I don't know where I'm at this stage now. When I would actually appreciate what I am for Professor here. When it was designed to work here. I exercise so personally. When I know what it was saying, well, the mentor that I can answer to. Oh, Lash. So what I'm trying to say now is that about this whole thing. I just get about it. And I'm the 50-year-old foolish man, the emergency lover of Nigeria from afar, came for the widow. When the widow told the world that Nigeria is in shambles, Nigeria seriously needs help. The widow came for this innocent man. Ever since INEC gave Tinubu opportunity of occupying Asoro, there is no type of dance step Rino have not been dancing. Continue to notice him. Rino Omokri went as far as sewing Yoruba Awada and Ashok. Rino threw Ishekiri away. Rino Omokri is from Delta Ishekiri. He carried where he come from, throw it inside Atlantic Ocean, grab Yoruba. He now eats Yoruba, Bewenu, and Bedu. Rino Omokri now wear Yoruba clothes and practice Yoruba culture and tradition because he wants Tinubu to give him opportunity of carrying his briefcase in Asoro. That is why you see him acting all this his nuisance acts on the media. Davido, a billionaire, his father billionaire, because of the way he loved Nigerians, he granted an interview where he was giving in fact, he was on the world stage telling people, telling to whom it may concern Nigeria need urgent help. They lose us. And he said, a man, a boy that no longer know his identity, a man that threw his culture away and grabbed Yoruba culture because he wants to be a servant in Asoro, even though they have not given him the opportunity. Carrying phone, started attacking the people. Do you know the level Nigeria is? Do you know what Nigeria is doing? Do you know the type of policy reform Tinubu is doing to keep Nigeria, put Nigeria on the world map? You know, to rehabilitate and resuscitate Nigeria from ICU, which is impossible. You know, started giving people reasons. Convincing you that the people that have been convinced why you should accept everything Tinubu is doing.
In northern Nigeria, how these Fulanis?
Rino is not living in Nigeria. Maybe it was not Rino has been trying to tell people how women life, how sweet Nigeria is on that.
Defense, Mohammed.
When Buhari was occupying Asoro, people in the dance around all London worship the Buhari worship by them. Rino Omokri called Tinubu a drug virus. Rino Omokri now make me to know that Tinubu is smelling. Tinubu mouth is smelling. Tinubu gets the chicken. Tinubu doesn't have good hygiene. It is smell, no the fact. Rino Omokri said this. Rino Omokri make Nigerians to know that Tinubu is a drug canon, is a drug dealer, is a drug white powder. Rino Omokri. Everything bad, everything you know they are talking about Tinubu today. Now we know tell the world about it. Today, after everything, after saying everything against the drug law,
issued from Abuja over the weekend. That affecting children and educational institutions is a huge violating the most basic ethical and human rights, as well as international laws guaranteeing children's right to education and essential the council expressed the families of the abducted victims and called for urgent international help for the immediate of all hostages this condemnation religious rhetoric. We hope that this powerful religious voice of the Muslim elders will influence local prayers and communities to passionately resist very well. In charge of Ebenezer
and what is this soup they eat? Yoruba eat. And this German, you know what will have to eat, whether you like the food or not, all because he is seeking for appointments from them. They never give up that opportunity. This guy, no living for Nigeria, he's there from afar, promoting Nigeria, telling you how Nigeria is, how good Nigeria is, absolutely not hungry. If Nigeria is this good, if Tinubu is working and everybody is sick, what are you doing in exile? How can you like something and you don't want to partake in that thing you like? This is it, please, I want to read something. They said now that it has been established that Nigeria's GDP grew by 3.46% in the third quarter of 2024. They don't want to reconsider his economy in shambles moment, especially and the US economy grew 2.8% in the second whatever the rubbish was campaigning. What did they talk? Now statistics now for jobs begin for himself. Nigeria economy grew by 3.46%. That's why they recommended when they said that's why when they said that that's why that is selling rubbish in the market. The economy that grew. Does it affect her? How does the thing have direct impact? How are the people, how are Nigerians feeling this economy going on this GDP going on from 3.46%? That's to tell that you know and now opening their arms for it. You know, it's no place. Anyway, that's how it's all about internet. And that is something else he's doing is market engagement. Looking for opportunity. How they will be giving him common there and the it's your child, maybe.
Let me explain to you guys. Okay, my name is Shulako, right? Do you remember there was a time your grandson Obina was sick? And you went to the hospital and they requested for blood, but Chinemeremia was not a match. And it was your husband that needed blood. So what happened is that I did a DNA test to ascertain who is the father because he was worried. Why is he not a match for his son? Because we found out that your husband here is a 99% match, which means your husband is the father of Obin. Why? For what? Papa. No, Papa. Why don't you I don't understand what you're
There was a condition in the terrorist Boko Haram identity service. He was convicted for 20 years by a high court. He was a Boko Haram terrorist. Last year, the Kaji was convicted as in last year. And this whole conviction said like sentence. I don't understand why one terrorist is getting 20 years and the other is getting a life sentence if you're saying that. I think Pastor made a good point. There's this idea that justice is so different. And I think that's the problem. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying this. I've been an advocate of this. I've sought the wisdom of more experienced members that are beside the soul.
Because why are they answering a Yanocha? Many people, you must resist this. You must erase this mentality. Tomorrow, my broadcast will be on Yoruba people, useless set of people. Who told you you are majority? You are insulting your father. Am I talking to Yoruba? I just advise you, you don't have sense. Criminal people. Why do you talk to me? Why can't you cut me off? Tomorrow my broadcast will be on Yoruba people, useless set of people. You think we are afraid of you? We need your validation. We are indigenous people in our land. We are not in Yoruba land. We are not Igbo people. We are not Hausa people. Stop fooling yourself. You want to solve Nigerian problem. We are coming to bring Yoruba.
So, guys, and
my husband is going to call my friend and claim that I'm not in the house.
Thank you so much.
See, she will go out.
Okay, something with the media that decided to speak to the media. So, thank Nigeria for the show of empathy, the encouragement. There was one where in the south, this was happening. The information we got was that the local was like people, young and old, irrespective of religious divide or political divide. And I sincerely appreciate Nigerians, and I want them to hear directly from my mouth. I appreciate their attention. And secondly, thank my president, President Tinubu, and the Ivorian president, President Ouattara. Both presidents represent aircraft to this house, but somehow, Cote d'Ivoire is closer to believe itself, and they have promised some relationship between francophone countries. They were able to dedicate their children to get landing permit. So the Ivorian aircraft are ready on their way. So when we land that is why South Korea. So we thank you to share the water. Especially what happened in Israel. Now we call it
I'm waiting.
No,
I can hear you. I said I'm waiting. Yes. Can I speak with her since she's in the bathroom? Can I speak with her through your phone, please? I'm asking if I can speak through your phone to her, please, since she's in the bathroom. I can hear you loud and clear. Can I speak with my wife, please, through your phone? I can hear you.
Oh, be fun.
Hello, can I speak with my wife? I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Can I speak with her, please? Let me speak with my wife now. So our network has gone back. Just within milliseconds. I'm in in the bedroom, like, I'm not doing to go. Is this the review? And I think with the power, also I'm going to say, we put this together. And I just be, I make I just clear my head. You know, say this wife duties and mother duties sometimes jokes a lot. I don't say make I go flex myself. I don't say no, I just say no. You know what do this one before? Go clear your head for me. I want you to tell her say you didn't say the truth. You do your makeup and your whole sweat. Serious? Hey, I want to do like that. I don't hear her more. My dear, I will go to now. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think what you want to do now, you go rush to come my house because I don't like for I say they my bathroom. I don't think on that side now. Lord of Jesus, I don't know life for this man. What I want to like just cover me up now. No, I go take run. Hey, I don't even know COVID. I do like say my phone like the network. Oh yeah, now maybe no. Okay, I will cover you. I will tell and say it is safe. I will no worry. But rush home and then go rush it. Hello. Hello, sir. Sorry, I've been trying to call you. Sorry, I'm sorry. The network was bad. Please, can I just hold on? Let me give her the phone. Okay. Yeah. Hello. Hello, there. Yes, I fell asleep. I just slept off. I'm with some now. She called that big. I'm trying to speak with her. You fell asleep? Yes. Please, can I speak with her, please? This is your wife. Stop that. Oh, this is on your last wife. Yes, I know your wife was born now. Baby, how are you? I'm fine. I'm cooking you later. I'm sleeping my eye. You're sleeping? Yes. When you're hearing your wife's voice, you should be asking. Hello?
He was sent to grab something in the pantry.
Hello? Yes, I can hear you. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. I'm sleeping. I can hear you. Talk to me now. Hello? I'm sleeping. Hello there. I'm sleeping.
Thinking 4,000 hours of watch time sounds impossible? What if I told you I cracked the system and hit the no money, no begging, no content switch up? And yeah, no, I didn't get lucky. Here's the wild part. I've done this multiple times. This is real. It's and it works. Even if you're just starting. In this video, I'm breaking down 4 simple, powerful methods that took my watch time from spot level to skyrocket. And look, the last method, I almost kept it to myself because no one's talking about it, but it's the one that changed everything. No practice, content shit. And they work, even if you're starting from scratch in any niche. Look, I didn't learn this from some overpriced course. I figured it out by testing, failing, and doing it myself. What I'm sharing is so don't just say what fits, take notes. Because the people who take action on this stuff now, they'll be the ones monetized before the one varies. Alright, let's jump in. Method 1, boost engagement with mid-video comments. Okay, listen, if you want YouTube to actually notice your video and stop ghosting you like a situation, you've got to get people to do stuff while they're watching. No, not laundry, not texting their ex. I'm talking about comments. Now, I'm not saying, hey, comment below to help me get my words. That's like begging someone to clap after telling a terrible joke. It worked once for me, but it's my mum. Instead, here's what actually works. And yes, I tested this across multiple viral videos. First, I pin a comment that says something like, yo, where are you from? What's your channel about? Let's network in the replies. Secretly built community plus comments like crazy. Then, mid-video, I drop little comment tracks like, what's your biggest struggle on YouTube right now? Type it below. No judgment, I've probably done worse. I also say, comment, still watching. I'm taking no the real one. People love it. Plus, it lets you spot your day. Now, why does all this matter? Algorithm. More comments equals more engagement equals more exposure. Like, oh wow, this video is popular. Let's give it a blow up and put it on everyone's homepage. What time? Well, people are typing, replying, or even arguing about whether shorts are showing long-form content. They are. They're still watching your video. That's like even if someone says
if you point anything for your head, you will run transfer. You will carry every. They are going to them. They are one of them. We look at the one you do. We can't go on the one you do. Only ask one to they are required to select me. So, my fellow Biafrans, I'm greeting you all. Depending on your time zone and where you're watching me from. How many popular video that go online because of Commander Gentle Diago? It's still a community. I have been on for peace now. A lot of things have been happening in this community. Actually, we get to in what you said, you have a problem with the conversation. Somebody you can learn watching. So, my fellow Biafrans, I'm greeting you all, depending on your time zone and where you're watching me from. So, all my energy, let me this video today, especially for Ndiako, because it's my beloved community. For long, things has been happening over there, but nobody is capable to find out the truth. And why there is truth. Everybody was afraid, everybody's afraid. When I risk my life, see now, anything we ever do in our life, which I was so let this can go on. Most of these things never happen in my life. But first of all, before my life, I am Okwano, Chebon Nasirakus, from Umeke, Amule,
Oh, Father Almighty, world
popularly known as Sierra Boy, the one and only musician ever in our life, the woman because of the activities of this young man.
Pray, and now as our Savior Christ has taught us, we are bold to say, to our Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Which has not been given anybody. But it's not only God who can allow that you come for revenge. Since I have been monitoring, I've been investigating, I've been checking to know whether we will look for any souls again. But no. Maybe to come, honor, anytime, if there are war, or make Fulani pay a uniform, world that you may be saying. So many souls now, so many souls live, so many people. I'm not talking to the
we do not presume to come to this thy table, O merciful Lord, trusting in our own righteousness, but in thy manifold and great mercy. We are not worthy so much as to gather up the treasures of the right table, but thou art the same Lord, whose property is always to have mercy. Grant us therefore, gracious Lord, so to eat the flesh of thy dear Son, Jesus Christ, and to drink his blood, that our sinful bodies may be clean by his body, and our souls washed with his most precious blood, and that we may ever live and he in us. O Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world, have mercy upon us. O Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world, have mercy upon us. O Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world, grant us thy peace. O Lord Jesus Christ, the Son, constant peace of everything that is innocence. without end.
Even one name like Sunday was what
Behold the Lamb of God, beholding the thicket of the banquet of the world. Blessed are they that are called to the marriage supper of the Lamb. Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my soul shall be saved. Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my soul shall be saved. Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my soul shall be saved.
a young boy is Kọbẹnyere mmanya aka kọtụ ọrụ ugwu kọsị ebe ọ na-anwụ onye e nyere ebe ibi abata 18 years gị gbagbuo ya si na terrorist n'ime your own town n'ime your own village all the old houses was burnt down because na akụrụ egwu ịgbara ụlọ nna m ọkụ our house my father built that house when he was still at the age of 23 because that time ndị village anyị na-eme ịchọrọ ịnwe ụlọ everybody will come ahead you as ọrụ ga-achara ya were ọrụ bụ ụlọ free. My father built that house, but you want it down with all the property not even there. None of our property was brought out. So each in the Fulani in army uniform. When a woman never get there, Amaka Ajueke. So many people.
Ndị achịdobi ka ndị achịdobi ka ndị gị Ibadan.
I has nothing to do or to hurt his people in any way. Yeah, when you say ndị niile kwesịrị ịmara onwe chukwu na ọhịa na-akpọkọ the whole world mba ụwa iti ndị Igbo niile ha benyere anyị aka na anyị afụgo a lot of things na-agba anyị anya mmiri ka ha werekwere mara na ọ bụrụ na anyị nwee ka edi ahụ ọnụ nke DSS bụ onye na-eji ndị Fulani in military uniform wee na-abịa egwu every young youth nọ n'Ọkigbo na-terrorize everywhere enweghị allegation na-ekwe each gentle. Everybody have been seeing it. The truth is finally out. So I'm here to expose it more so that it will go more viral. Only one of you will feel that today. Keep sharing so that
O ye angels of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. Sing ye praises and magnify him above all forever.
Hello.
The Lord be with you.
They say trauma not portrait for her father-in-law.
Almighty and ever-living God, we most heartily thank thee.
Nigeria don't say trauma don't get respect.
With the spiritual fruit of the most precious body and blood of thy Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ, and doth assure us thereby of thy favor and goodness towards us, and that we are very much inculpate in the mystical body of thy Son, the blessed company of faithful people, and also heirs through hope of thy everlasting kingdom. And we humbly beseech thee, O Heavenly Father, so to assist us with thy grace, that we may continue in that holy fellowship and do all that thou hast prepared for us to walk in. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord, to whom with thee and the Holy Ghost be all honor and glory, world without end.
you speaking around the blocks is that
we who trust
the
in the
Joseph is
protection
no
of thy
longer in
blessed
marriage with
angels,
Mr.
I go humbly
Fish,
beseech thee, O Lord,
and it has to do
that
with
what we have touched with our
unfaithfulness.
lips, we may
According to the
receive in
blog,
our heart.
he made us to
Through Jesus
understand
Christ, our Son,
that
our
this
Lord,
guy
who is the
practiced.
greatest of peace,
Have you
for
guys
the
realized that
unity
she
of
did
the
not
Ghost
carry
ever one God, world without end. Amen.
TJD is gradually removing herself from everything that concerns duty and law. If you doubt me, go ahead.
Did you Uber ride with 200 people? Get 10%.
Lord be with you.
Senator Joseph is no longer together
The peace
with
of God, which
fisherman
passes all
when I heard
understanding,
news.
keep your
I
hearts
didn't
and
believe
minds
it.
in the
I
knowledge
have
and
to
love of God.
confirm from
And of
reliable
His Son, Jesus
sources. I
Christ
started
our
asking
Lord.
questions. If
The
Senator
blessing of God
Joseph
Almighty,
no longer
the
together
Father,
with
the
fisherman
Son,
are
and the Holy
true.
Ghost
So
be with
reliable
you
sources
and
from
remain
Holy
with you
Quotes
all.
and it's not true.
Amen.
Say the boy, don't do Senator Joseph.
The
Use
Master
a
then
dog.
depart
The
in
boy,
peace.
don't suck him like orange. Suck him finish.
The Lord be
Well,
with you.
with all the natural nyash we Senator Joseph gets,
The
the
beginning of the Holy
natural
Gospel,
empowerment,
according to
the
God.
natural press,
Glory be to
yash
thee,
with the
O Lord.
soft
In
like
the
foam,
beginning was the Word,
yash with
and
the
the Word
soft
was
like
with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made. In Him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That light, the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor the will of the flesh, nor the will of man, but of God. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us. And we beheld his glory. The glory is of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Thanks be to God.
This is wrong. I don't support it. I don't support it. Me too, I don't support it. You guys should go and find the location and do rounds. To come this side, make a pass. Go and find location, do rounds. Look at this woman you see tonight. Love is my enjoyment until I can enjoy. It is when I see the closeness between me and untouchable. I see what's untouchable here. Untouchable put this paper inside the food and they put laugh over it. Wow, see friendship before. Love is my enjoyment until I be enjoyed. This is what 42 looks like. Lagos to Anambra, flight 200k, by road 60k, kidnappers 30 million. Choose wisely.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To thee do we cry, for thou art pure and heaven. To thee do we send our sins, mourn, visit with thanksgiving. Turn then, most gracious Advocate, thine eyes of mercy bless, and after resurrection, send us unto the life of sin, our young Jesus. For him, the love Let us pray. And by the intercession of the Lord, and after grace and life and blessed life, the King of the Blessed, and blessed apostles, and all the saints, in thy mercy and goodness for our prayer, who will conversion of sins.
Professional. We have a laptop, smartphone, and Wi-Fi. You already have what it takes to build a life-changing YouTube channel. One of my friends in Canada works for 95 and never has time for posting. Yet he was able to make his first $1,000 from YouTube despite posting consistently. Hello, I'm Tayo, and
This is another powerful business you can start. No stress, no money consuming. With little capital, you can start it. You get their food everywhere. In fact, they can eat anything. They are very productive. I'm into the business as I speak. I started with 2, but have 5 of them now. If not for mortality, they could be more than that. You can start yours today, no stress.
If you are a confirmed guy, we know how to dress very well. Between these 2 shoes, which one do you think that matches clothes very well? Is it the one with black design or the one with white design? If you are a
Academy has made becoming healthcare job ready just 4 days possible. With our CPD approved. I don't know if you could listen to what this CPD is and one of the Alabama ones and that's right. I don't know if you did that video that he had trouble to put his way on. You know, we didn't do our parents who were on my sitting about in school. Because and I didn't need to grab your one.
The hero of this morning, my sweetheart. Is it pretty? Absolutely not. Does it taste amazing and keep you going? Absolutely yes.
You don't need any store-bought tomato paste when you make your pepper mix or tomato mix like this. It is thick, reddish, flavorful, and super delicious. This is the best tomato paste you need for your jollof, stews, and meat. Can you see what I'm talking about? You don't need any store-bought tomato paste when you make your pepper mix or tomato mix like this. It is thick, reddish, flavorful, and super delicious. This is the best tomato paste you need for your jollof, stews. You don't need any store-bought tomato paste when you make your pepper mix or tomato mix like this. It is thick, reddish, flavorful, and super delicious. This is the
I will allow you people to watch good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are watching. Bola Ahmed Asomo Courage and cripple him will be influence. She will think that he has.
You see that go she don't get exhaust, but according to her, go check her story. She say she's not backing up anytime soon. You don't break silent concerning your brother. Wait, be say the arrest, so nobody know where they put her country. You see that's how we are the reason. No, that's against them. They don't even know what happened. Sammy was paid. Today, you can see against them. They don't even know what is happening. Sammy signs the child.
And that's what
their marriage album. So this is her house according to you. When she used to place that's how to make other people uncomfortable and to kiss her, and she starts to be corrected. And something he mentioned is that she don't know Tosha, he was not even in the house. And when she told him what is happening, I'm seeing something on social media, she said she thinks it's content. So what they do is don't say I don't like that secret. I'm coming for family to put something else also. This is the one I'm posting, and then we have made a fun version of this.
If you want to get pregnant, you take it. If you want to resume menstruation, you take it. If you want your private parts to be clean and odorless, you take it.
I got pregnant at 47. I had fibroids and my periods have lasted 82 years. My doctor said I was entering menopause. I thought that was the end. No periods, no energy, just dryness, bad odor. Until one day I saw someone on TikTok recommending probiotic gummies for women. I wasn't sure if they would work, but I started taking 2 gummies daily. By the second week, the odor disappeared, my discharge returned to normal, and then my period came. Even the bloating from the fibroids began to ease. It was truly incredible. In less than 2 months, I experienced the most astonishing thing of my life. I started ovulating again, and then I found out I was pregnant.
How many Igbo people in Nigeria soldier, in Nigeria army, Navy, in Nigeria police, that they listen to what they will be instead? What system will not make any sense? Divide Nigeria, let us go. So as it is now, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the current, is the best thing we know. Forget about it. We know that the economy is hard. But do we have a choice? The best thing that Nigeria should stand up, not to demand for any election of this people. divine related because they don't understand it now and make it realize that they have that's why we want to talk about the fight. You want to get on board and declare this of the majesty of that in collaboration. So what is going to come out and fight? We can create all the they are telling you not take them
business still, like no one starts one. You must say you need to check out business. When they find business where you start, buy this machine and send me this machine, you go use and they produce charcoal. The comfort of that your small house, you don't use shop to start this. Ordinary sort
you think that they can do anything. This is what everybody should be doing. This is what they don't do. They're trying to take the move. Stay back. You are telling us that there is everything of what is happening. We might not have to
Secret pharmacies don't want you to know. Put the grated beet in a container. Add the juice of 2 lemons and 3 tablespoons of honey. Cover it and leave it in the refrigerator for a few hours. Take 1 or 2 spoonfuls of this mixture to cleanse and improve circulation, relieve pain and fatigue, strengthen immunity, support liver health, enhance skin tone, and even help reduce hair loss. Secret pharmacies don't want you to know. Put the grated beet in a container. Add the juice of 2 lemons and 3 tablespoons of honey. Cover it and leave it in the refrigerator for a few hours. Take 1 or 2 spoonfuls of this mixture to cleanse and improve circulation, relieve pain and fatigue, strengthen immunity, support liver health, enhance skin tone, and even help reduce hair loss. Grated beet. The secret pharmacies don't want you to know. Put the grated beet in a container. Add the juice of 2 lemons and 3 tablespoons of honey. Cover it and leave it in the refrigerator for a few hours. Take 1 or 2 spoonfuls of this mixture to cleanse and improve circulation, relieve pain and fatigue, strengthen immunity, support.
No.
I had a woman had them eating on the end. I was up with I was up beheaded there.
I was they had the
No, initially, well, the woman now, but because of the I didn't give it to me peaceful.
Nigerian doctors are on strike, in case you don't know. Now, it's easier for us to say that, you chose this profession when you get to the gates and your problems.
Have you ever not been able to eat? Of this what is it called baby now. They say we know where they are. We know the have you forgotten I'm married? They like to Nigeria they want to see so I can't see everything went down. You can see everything has condemned for negotiating materialism for us to look at ourselves somewhat.
No, I'll be seeing you. So I came around to see you. Not for us to have anything intimate, but for me to see you. We've seen for a very long time. Stop.
Have we done it before you married?
Yes.
So what prevents us from doing it?
I am someone's property now. I am not vulnerable to any other man.
God have mercy upon us. God have mercy upon us.
Of snow removal and make it as easy as a breeze. This German-made heated snow remover can clear snow or frost from your car in just 10 seconds.
About Odira's mind.
But what if President Bola makes you know about this Abashiti but yet still choosing to be this old vice president? Guys, I'm going to together in South Africa.
For us to get used to Odira don't buy. We have been waiting for Untouchable, and it has finally come out to talk say because everybody talks say since Untouchable is involved, Fibs in our brand because you know Untouchable is ranks. Untouchable don't come out to
Shetima Boko Haram.
Nothing they dislike for and Untouchable as we speak now. Himself is not really feeling well.
Away from his negativity. He stands to be a president of this country. He stands to aspire any position in this country.
You must have an enabling environment in order to do anything. So you cannot
take... I represent the excellent people of Kaduna North, from Kaduna State. Mr. Speaker, I'll try and be as quick as possible. It was a long day and I came late because I was unwell. Let's do this quickly. Short term, the president has rolled out a clear plan that we commend. A lot of my colleagues have already spoken about this and I agree. But our problem is not announcing plans. It's executing them with clear timelines. This parliament must insist upon those timelines based on the president's recommendations. One thing I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the improvement, is the need for us to increase immediately
Excuse me.
This one has a monkey too, so I don't need one. This one is like a pretty, so I don't need one. This one has a chicken can, so I don't need one.
Connection success. This is the latest 10th generation portable Wi-Fi device launched by a mobile company in 2025. No registration or data cables are required. You can directly receive internet signals from satellites, enabling you to enjoy high-speed internet anywhere in the world. And there's no monthly fee system for lifetime free unlimited data. Enjoy 5G high-speed internet. With this Wi-Fi, you can download a movie in 10 seconds, turn it on anytime, connect instantly, use wireless networks anytime, and despite its complex, it boasts powerful network capabilities and utilizes the latest wireless network technology. Whether you're in cities, rural areas, mountains, forests, or even deep seas, and regardless of whether you're in Germany, Austria, Switzerland.
We could only see
Or the
a bag
United
of trash.
States. Connect your computer and TV. It can be charged for just 5 minutes and lasts for over 60 days, making it ideal for travel or outdoor camping. The manufacturer promises that today's sale is solely for promotional purposes, with no profit margin, and all units are being sold at a loss. You can also enjoy a free 15-day trial, and if you're unsatisfied, you can request a refund at any time with no wait. Currently, stock is limited, so please place your order promptly. Otherwise, it may sell out tomorrow. Did you know? Now, for just $45, you can access high-speed internet anytime, anywhere, for free. Our new portable hotspot will revolutionize your internet experience. No contracts, no restrictions. Just use it wherever you want. No SIM card required. Ready to use right out of the box. Enjoy global connectivity. No one-time purchase. Lifetime high-speed internet. Connect in 3 seconds. Even in David transfers download multiple movies in 10 seconds. Support up to 10 devices simultaneously, including phones, tablets, and laptops. Compact and portable. It's a must-have for home and travel. Perfect for home backup, hard storage, and international roaming. A global bestseller with over 100,000 units sold online. For a limited time, order today and enjoy 50 cents, 14-day no questions asked return policy and lifetime warranty. And today, so order now. Snap your very own mobile.
One thing I would like to add is the need for us to immediate the basic salaries and the welfares of police officers and soldiers. And we are trying to motivate as president of Nigeria. Put it this way, one thing is
You don't have to get us settled. When I see our Mr. Easy, Nigerians don't think of all themselves. Say, so you want to go ahead, but that's step for your head. Mr. Easy don't change new look, and he wants to be saying, my guy never said anybody. So he puts in a billionaire.
And this one conviction said life sentence. I don't understand why one terrorist is getting 20 years and the other is getting a life sentence if you're safe. I think Pastor made a good point. There's this idea that justice is self-defense and it affects the problem. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying this. I've been an advocate of safe peddling. I've sought the wisdom of more experienced members of the state. I don't know who are looking to help as the speaker. I think the definition of insanity is
especially those who are better than you, but they are still envious of the little you are managing. We understand it when people are envious of you because you are above them. But when you see somebody that is far above you, still envious of the little you are managing, that person there is still 300 miles away from such person. That is if you still love your life.
Under your leadership, and I know that it's we are not letting our children to school.
Let's go to the change for that. I think it's
Speaker, we are relying on you and the members of the Constitutional Review Committee to not only follow up with the President's excellent announcement, but to finally roll out state permits in this country. All right, yeah, thanks. With the 30 seconds left, sir? What? No, sir. I think the reason why I spoke like that, Mr. Speaker, is the fashion is enough. You said something that I appreciated, and Honorable Benson said something.
Hi guys.
And I was
So, because I said I'm going to marry an Igbo man because my family we marry Igbo men, as we should. In my family, we only marry Igbo men. Yes, we are Igbos, of course. We want the pure Igbo blood to live long and long and long to the next generation. Pure Igbo blood. And people were angry. They're calling me catfish. And I'm a pretty girl. Is it because you don't have fine girls in your family? Because you don't have great girls in your family? You can't call me catfish. Please, look at me. As someone, as Odobo's wife, Odobo's future wife, Igbo men's gold, Igbo men's juice, Igbo men's goodness, Asa Igbo men, chai, as someone, I'm sorry, I'm not a catfish. Even my profile picture is me. Look at me, look at my profile picture, look at my forehead, and look at my profile picture. You know that this is me. It is me. I took that picture in a restaurant myself. Look at my face, my D-shaped face, my forehead. You know that my profile picture is actually me. I'm not a catfish. I cannot be a catfish. I'm so pretty to be a catfish. Okay?
Please put on the light. The light is not on. Okay, is it on? No, it's the kitchen. It seems your passage. Oh, please. Put kitchen on. Welcome. All the people kitchen are no good. Oh, kitchen are there.
The Senate President said it is an invitation from a mother to children.
This is what baby is going to run for a very long time. The skin will be coming like that.
It is not a government, it is not a movement, it is a public business. It will continue to before the people went there and this is for you. The order to remove it.
How are you rushing to hear to me? No, I just want to test it. This already they have it. This is different from the one you have in the beginning. And it's just very good. I don't want to get this. No, that's not the one.
And they release it because they know the consequences of not releasing it. But Nigeria, unfortunately, we are the way you can sorry. If Nigeria do not use it as an opportunity to mobilize, to ensure that you train the staff for the next election season, because you must maintain the focus to know that in spite of all of these shenanigans and this way they do, they are still ready to read themselves back into power. A bunch of persons have decided to become a trend.
Yes. Is this huge? Check it now. I did not check it when I bought it. You have to check it.
You should be
Yes. I'm not a baby now. I'm an adult. I'm not a baby to be testing now. Okay, see what
Nke ga ni cheche ke passage on the street right. Nke passage are the very right. All the children.
They do all of the Senator Bobby Loboda share on the 10th National Assembly.
Okay. You got me. Oh, yes, better. She's okay. Oh, sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. I said, sorry, Mom. God bless you. Thank you. The present to 2019 to 2020. Yes, the same that is one of the most Now, you might be asking yourself, if you want to go you take it. If you want to resume menstruation, you take it. If you want your private parts to be clean and odorless, you take it. If you take too much of this cranberry female probiotic, you have to be careful. You may get pregnant in the next month because they contain lactobacillus rhamnosus.
I don't know if it's counting for miracle, but I got pregnant at 49. I'm 49 now. I had 5 Take a look at this electric beverage cooler, guys. I love this cooler because it works instantly. I didn't turn your water into ice. Just take a look at how it works. Don't forget to share. Take a look at this electric beverage cooler, guys. I love this cooler because great, thank you. You don't have any place on time, girl. You need to get you some. Walk you just like this without breathing to them. They go all the way up to my stomach, my legs, everything is warm.
Every Igbo man or woman when they have them, wetin happen to Ohala, they can do it. As in which you get the deal, when you say on the comment,
this is how to fry your egg without oil. I learned this method from my grandma's nanny. I call it organic fried egg. Because of some health issues, she don't eat groundnut oil or vegetable oil. So get plantain leaf or banana leaf. Place it on your frying pan. Allow it to heat for some seconds in a low heat. Then add in your egg and some veggies, guys. It came out yummy. Bye.
He has been accused of colluding with bandits, including bandits in the government house, paying ransom directly to terrorists, and procuring even vehicles for popular notorious bandit kingpins. When we say bandit kingpins, I mean people like Bello Tucci. And if you think I was done or not, right after he left office, FCC announced a massive investigation into allegations of expensive fraudulent contract awards, misappropriation of funds of during his administration. See, when I talk about the citation of insecurity in Nigeria, right, this is one of very many examples of what I mean by that. When people people with unresolved controversies, people who could not secure their own states, when these people are placed in charge of the national security of the entire country, it becomes clear that governments are being politics on who can do what for who in house. It stops being about governance, it stops being about protecting the people, and it starts being about protecting the interests of those in power. Now, whether the allegations are true or not, one thing here remains the fact.
In the night, there were shot of stars. It's true. And the person that think the ship did not come again.
Ministry of Defense is.
The person that think it was for them. So the nurse, listen, let me tell you what these people are doing. So the nurse didn't know that they put out because she was the one reporting. Didn't know that they put out the shoe. And he went and make arrangement with another person that is living in Widinshaw to come. And the person promised that he's coming. So they have to stop the person. I've not run. Listen, I see what happened. I've not run. That person in the person in Widinshaw didn't come again. So they were using us now. They just took one what do they call it? When we work, they say go and help them in control. Go and help them in control. Go and do this. They were just rotating. Yeah, so you see what they do when they have shit, they will just call their person. If you're not there, come and they will just call their person to come and take up the shit. So that your hand will start saying your hand is clean now. What is this man? Not good though. That is not good. Too bad. So how was your day today? Why? Where? Okay, I thought it's true. Yeah, but they will solve it now. I said this problem will be solved now. Okay. Yeah. There's a small thing now. What do you take? What do you take? Like that medicine?
Patience, because we have to do that understand like some of they do not understand, right? I will translate it to you little by little. This audio, according to this source, this is from a northern forum. They are the ones that expose this. That some of the Matawale, according to them, are some of the boys that used to pay for them to do all these illegal jobs for him, all the terror, this thing. Well, I'll play the audio listen, or look for someone that understands Hausa. He will translate it for you guys. But before then, what is very particular video? After you finish this one, then I will play it.
My sister, this woman just I wanted to rest.
This country is over. When we say it's finished, it's finished. Finished. No redemption. Except for the
You were so busy.
Watch this.
That word is so always short of staff. But that is a bad thing. They're supposed to be releasing. They are supposed to be releasing shifts. And the problem is that their permanent staff always report sick. Yeah, the blacks now they are permanent, so that they must be paid.
Yeah, I want to send my account details, but I forgot the process we did that time.
You want to send it to where?
To school. You know that thing we created the form. Yeah, there's a place where remember when you say that you that success fund form.
Yeah.
You remember it? Yeah. So they want because that's instruction I gave them. It doesn't show my account and short code. So they want it. But I was trying to do it. I don't know how to transfer my phone.
What about your friend that is there? Can't he do it for you?
No, it's working.
No. To stay here and be directing you, I don't know how I'll do it. You know what you would do? You don't know. I think they asked you not to snapshot it, that you should print it.
I should do what?
Print it.
No, I should print it on my online banking. It's on my photo.
Now what you do? You take another phone and snap it. What you do? Use your phone like WhatsApp phone. Then you will snap them and send it. You send it to your phone, another phone. Like you use two phones to do it. If you don't know how to send it through your own phone. Yeah, when you send it, when you snap it with the other phone that you know, you send it to your phone. If you send it to your phone, you share it.
No, because I want to send it to the laptop, my laptop, the school laptop.
Yeah, your school laptop, you can send it, use it, send it. When they say share, those things will come out. You go to email.
Yeah.
You click email. Put your school email address on that place. Then you send. The thing will go to your school email. When you enter your school email, then you save it. You save it in your document. If you save it, then you can send it. You understand what I mean now?
I think I understand. So I have to
No. Look at what you do. On that phone where the thing is. Share. You press. When you see the thing there, you press share. You understand me? Share. If you share it, then this thing will come out like mail, WhatsApp, Gmail, this, that. Yeah, that is how you will do it. If you go, you click click email. Click email. When you click email, the email will come out. You put address. But you know it's on the document that you will click first so that the thing, all those things will come out. When the document comes out, you click on the document, you will see all those bar. Yeah, when you see the bar, you will see Gmail, you see this, you see that, Facebook. Where they draw envelope, email, you will see email. You click on the email. If you click on the email, your email will open. Then so you put the email, school email, where you want that thing to go. You understand me? So when you click that email where you want the thing to go, then you send. The thing will go straight to your school email. It will go to your school email. From that your school email, if the thing open, you can save it. Do you have email on that your school email? Do you have another email on that your school email? No. Okay. I didn't have another email. You didn't create email for your school email. Forget about that school one. You must have your own. You must have your own. What is it, your name or the number? School
You know there are two. There's one in the school number and then there's mine by them.
Yeah, use that one in your name and send it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try now.
I'll try. Okay now. Later. Bye-bye.
The investigation of Matawale alleged displacement of public funds during his tenure as governor of Zamfara State and his involvement in the famous arms deal scandal on May 18th. The EFCC announced that it was investigating allegations of extensive corruption, fraudulent contract awards, and misappropriation of more than 70 billion by Matawale.
304 online orders ready for ship.
Hello, Kelkwan, Okita can they take the money going out to Mucheraku? Kelkwan Kitaka, Aged Moraban. When the man nights in Can Roka Macana. Staffs handing a report to just sick. Okay, if you go have report to just sick, I'm not choosing. I know student not coordinate. You know 2 words in the face 3 and 4. I reban, you got to I like because One day yesterday, onye akpọrọ m ka nwaanyị kwụsị akpọrọ m si m anyị jekwa jee n'eti ya na arụ adịrị. So na-asị nnata tata anyị agabe anyị chọrọ ịga. Ewo ngwanụ ọ bụ na ị ga-abịa nwụrụ ka anyị gaa. Rochdale Road.
How power is so far away.
Ndị ụlọ gwara
How these guys keep recycling rock.
Rochdale. Mgbe m dị nso n'ụlọ ọgwụ,
We have not been able
anụkwara m ya nwanne m, a sị na ọ nọ n'ikoma na o nwere cardiac arrest. Ụmụnne ya ga-eso ọ kwụsịghị. Ụmụnne ya ga-eso ọ ga-anọdụ. Time 6, 7, 8. Anyị ga-ana n'oge mana dị ekwe ka ndị visitọ m nọ more than ihe a. Ngwanụ ka anyị gaa dị important na anyị bịa. Ebe anyị ka anyị si ebe a maka azụ ụlọ ka esi azụ. So na ịbata ha n'ebe moto na-aga. Mgbe anyị pụtara na adịmachi efe jaket ka m ga-eyi wee jee nwee dị ya adị m akwadobe ihe ọbụla. A sị gị na ibe jaket ka m ga-eji wee kpuchie onwe m na-aga ebe m na-aga. Adị m achọ efe ọbụla. A sị gị bịawa na m adị akwado nkwado ọbụla o. Ị pụtawa agakwa m n'ịbazi moto na-apụta ka m nwa yiri jaket yiri shu chewe jekwe jee kwadowe kwadowe kịta ịnọkwa na ihe abụọ kwa ọbịa kịta jee chọwatara zi jekwe jee kwadowe na lekwe taim.
We are so porous. Those are means of communication between security and parastatals. You know WhatsApp. Our politicians, how they communicate, all their gossip, all their plotting, you know, on social, you know, on WhatsApp. Who owns WhatsApp? Which country is the owner of WhatsApp from? And all these individuals are part of the world Ministry of War. So at any point in time, when they see or read any message, either pose a threat or it's not a benefit to these people, what will happen? To present it. So everybody, all your non-state shit, our general, our village, all of their hands have been soiled. So they're looking for it. That's how they It's very clear. It is what? Very clear that the interest of this country is not the hands of the politicians that are in that position of power. And it's important that we start making decisive efforts and action towards removing them from this position. Otherwise, what will happen is hand it over to people that do not satisfy this office.
Ihe a bụkwa ma chaja bụkwa chaja nke ọma dị ya chaja nweta n'ụlọ ọrụ kedu ya na-akpị ya iPhone charger ma iPhone charger dị ihe
nwere gị jide ha
o nwere igote
ọkwa nke Ijeọma onye
ọ bụghị Ijeọma enweghị ọ bụghị Ijeọma nye ihe ọmụnwa eji m n'ụlọ ọrụ Ijeọma ka nọgị chaja onye bụ fon onye nọgị chaja ụmụnwa ji
su kama mutane matasa waɗanda suke bayyana ra'ayinsu game da mulkin da kake ci game da mulkin da ake ci wanda constitution section 39 ya ba kowane da ƙasa dama ya fito ya faɗa abin da ya gani wanda komai to idan ya fito ya ce wannan gwamnati ba ta musu aiki shi ne yanzu da yana koya ma yaran shi na siyasar cikin social media yadda za su dinga cutar da waɗannan mutane
amma kai ko ake ko kamata kwata kwata ka ɗauko sassa ka zo da shi kai ko ya za ka kawo shi gidan gwamnati
a'a na
ko da an saka yi zai nuna cewa gwamna ne ya sa an kai ba
na
kuma da SMS da kace ka kawo shi kasuwa a ce maka
na kawo shi yana neman
Browse.
kwata-kwata irin wannan operation za ka yi kada ka kuskura ma ka danganta shi kusa da gwamnati kwata-kwata. Kuma kai ne kai operation ɗin ka samu wuri ma wuri ne za ka samu inda za ka yi kamar za ka raka samu kai. Amma kwata-kwata ka bar danganta wannan abu da gwamnati. Wanda yanzu ka yi zai ka kawo.
Abundant zartini
So zai ga kamar
ka gane wata.
abubuwan da ya sa a kama shi don an ma zo da shi a hana ka shiga so kwata-kwata irin wannan kama ban matsuwa ma kusa da nan kwata-kwata kamar ban yawa wanne kai wannan dole kamar wannan nizan shiroka wanda ban matsuwa ga irin gwamnati kana wannan abu.
Iroje PY. Chimo.
Are you aware that you could get up to £10,000 in life cover? That's right. No medical questions, no long forms, and no fuss. You're guaranteed